Alrighty, how we doing, guys? Sub can't download the Waggo pack. Make sure you're trying. Make sure you already have like your Waggo app installed. Make sure you've like signed in from the dashboard they have on the Waggo site. And on the Waggo site, you can go to your like account settings and you can like force the sync for like the sub and stuff. Like I can check if VEIE. I can check if you're on the sub list, but I can't like force it to refresh, I don't think. Let's see. Shadowman's still really weak, Gehrman. Yeah. It would be like a natural, like if they made it better, you know, it would be a really good talent to take. Because you have like an extra point.
Good morning, Captain Jack.
You have another point, I think right here. Well, no, it's, where is that point? There's more or less like a freebie point. I mean, I guess it could be dot spread, right? But you have a point that you can put down there, but all these options are bad, basically. Leon, thank you for the 23 months. If it's not LVY, but you could use my Waggo pack, but what's going to happen is on your ultra wide, a lot of elements are going to be like boxed in. You know, the damage meters, healing meters are going to be like, they're not going to be at the edge. So you just have to move them outwards. So you could use it, but just keep in mind, you're going to have to move like 4 elements just out a little bit further, and then you'll be good. Happy Saturday, bubbly. Current iteration, we feeling okay as disc? Not really. I'm going to do some more testing. But it's not looking great. No info on sell. Yeah. I don't know, Alex. Yeah, waiting on sell. When it comes out, I'll like do a bunch of testing with it, and then I'll make like a comparison video, and I'll make a decision as to like whether or not I'm gonna run it or not, because I know it's getting changed. I know it's not gonna be the same sell that we knew in the past. So TBD. Dang, how is it so tough to find DPS right now? Stuff going to ceiling. Wait, make my chair work with the walk pad? I just move it to the side. Yeah. It's is it even on camera? Oh, it's right off camera. Hey, Jason, thank you for the 2 months, dude. I think they modified Smite to return mana, if that'd be a good idea. Definitely feeling the mana. Double bonus of fishing for Surge alike. Works for Disc and Holy. I'm down, man. I would love it. Like, if Holy Priest had active mana regen, it would go hard. So I put the walking pad underneath my desk. So I basically, it has little wheels on the end. And I just kind of wheel it underneath my desk and then turn it 90 degrees, and I'm chilling. So I have like a very, very long desk, so it can kind of fit there. Correct, Gehrman. Yeah, Shadowman is not interacting with the talents it's supposed to be interacting with. Or your mastery. Yep. Yep. But even if it did, I don't think it'd be that good. They'd have to find some other, some other buffs for it. Yeah, so I have to move the treadmill under my desk every time. But once it sits there, it's chilling. So I just don't turn on the foot cam that much. It's still there. Yeah, see? It's still there. Yep. It comes out when people are good. So. They fixed it according to the last post? I didn't see that, but I'm down to try it. Do we do that? I guess it would be that one. Yeah. Yeah, a little hint good. How's it going, man? I'll try it. I'm down. I don't think it's gonna be that insane, but we'll see. We'll see. That's right, the first one's free. Yeah, if you want it again, you gotta come back on launch when there's the support a streamer event on the 26th. 2 subs get you a little plushie. I don't know if I said it or not, but Jason, thanks again for the 2 months. And oh yeah, to go back to your thing about Smite returning Mana Hurricane, if Holy Priest
Cheer
got
100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100. Appreciate the engagement. Red
No
heart emoji.
No
Folded
problem,
hands
Brucey.
emoji.
I got you, bro. Thanks for the 500 biddies. Here, we get a little bit of extra foot cam action for you. Going back to the whole like Smite returning mana thing, if that ever ended up happening, Holy Priest could really easily get into like the meta for raid or like race to world first. Because the biggest problem with it is absolutely the mana. If they have a good way to like actively regen mana, they're gonna be in great shape. They're gonna be in great shape. That's the downside though, is like you just so fast. I think I cast maybe 7 or 8 hard casted prayer of healing, like full cost prayer of healings, and I still went in like 4 minutes. Just like, holy shit. It was rough. It was rough. But I mean, if you didn't that fast, like you'd be insane. You got access, needed time, it seemed. Strange login out, didn't do it. Yeah, you got like, there's a force refresh on the website, but sometimes it does just kind of take a minute, Vias. But I'm glad you got it, man. I'm glad you got it. Love this, but my god, if I don't have CDs, I feel terrible. Yup. Yep. You can play the game pure natty. There's slight advantages. There's like, you know, if your eyesight's really good, you know, it's not going to be too bad. Well, if your eyesight's good, you know, you can make good decisions and figure things out without like the organization on the frames that I have, but up to you, you know. A lot of add-ons now are just kind of presenting information in a better way rather than like showing you information you didn't see before, you know. How's Mistweaver and Shaman feeling? Mistweaver's feeling really good. Not using Harex yet. I figure when Cell comes out, I'm gonna like start with Cell, then do like Dander's frames and Harex together, because they're supposed to get like a good interface soon. I don't think I'm gonna personally use Harex stuff because I never really had my frames highlight for specific things, like Atonement, for example. I never really did that before, but I'll definitely do like a test for it, because then it'll be a good video of like, here's all the tools available to you right now for healing. Here's how you can use them, you know? Here's the positives, negatives, whatever. If Shadowman is benefiting from all the talents, I guess it's a better thing for Oracle. Maybe. But Voidweaver really needs some kind of like good single target heal that they just don't have access to. So if Shadowman was really powerful, that'd be sick. Yeah, I got to Eternal on Aeona. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you, Swig. During your cooldowns, you feel really powerful. Yeah. Yep. Shaman, I think Slushy is just kind of boring right now. It's like, Ascendance is a good button, but all you do is spam Healing Wave. Like, you don't even cast Chain Heal during it. There's like no reason to cast Chain Heal at all. It's rough. Oh yeah, I don't think they increased our stamina yet on beta, but they're going to. It'll be hype. It'll be hype. Is it because it's marked carry offered? Signing up. Is it a bug that you get movement speed and prayer of mending when you press shield as a Holy Priest? Holy Priest doesn't have shield. You mean if you're like Oracle and you palm yourself? Because if you palm yourself, then you apply a powered shield through the Oracle talent. And then that activates Body and Soul. Wherever Body and Soul is now. Yeah. You get tired of asking the same questions. Only when it's like, I just answered something. When I was like just in the process. Because now there's like a rewind feature with Twitch. But every once in a while, I get it. It happens. Yeah, they basically cut down Empyrean Legacy by like 60 or 80% or something crazy like that. Like a massive number. Yeah. You can't press Powered Shield as a Holy Priest. Holy Priest doesn't have shield anymore. Maybe it's like turbo and subs only. I have it turned on. Yeah. Holy Priest does not have powered shield. The button's gone. I see you, Lee. I don't know what Seleuci is. Yeah. Yeah, if you're a priest, Drakthir is the angle, for sure. It is the angle, for sure. Moving some Apex points to the main tree? Not really. The only one for disc would be the Void Shield reflecting damage, because some fights that just doesn't work. Yeah. But the fights that it does work on, it's really powerful. The one for Holy Priest is when you hymn, you also like mash out a bunch of Cosmic Ripples. And I think that one's actually pretty good. Even in keys. It actually makes it your hymn feel like a very legit cooldown. So, I think Paladin is strong, but I think the gameplay is worse. I don't think Paladin's as strong as it was before, because the biggest thing is that like your mana just gets worse. Because you're casting more flashes, you're not using as many judgments, you're not genning as much holy power because you're casting flashes with your infusions instead of casting a judgment, and you're barely using your judgments at all now. So you're not getting that 2 holy power. So your holy power spenders are worse because you're not casting the Light of Dawns, and your holy power generation is lower because you're using infusions on flash instead of on judgment. So if you do the double jump, it's a little faster. Oh, I'm not. I'm a night elf. If you do the double jump, it's a little bit faster than moving around with Feather, but not by that much. The big benefit is like being able to have immunity to knockbacks, and then of course just having like, I guess it's kind of like a nice little surge of movement where it can help you move a little bit faster. That extra like surge of movement is always really helpful, and also just anytime there's a knockback, it keeps you very safe. What's on the docket for this weekend? Anything fun outside of WoW? Probably getting some drinks with friends tonight, and then getting a massage tomorrow. Gotta keep the back loosened up after all the carrying we do. I was thinking about going to the movies. I don't know if there's anything good out, but I haven't been to the movies in a minute, and I have a theater pretty close to me. Is there actually anything good? There is that How to Make a Killing movie. Man, kind of not much. Movies suck now. It's actually a tragedy. Yep. I hope they fix Pally gameplay. Preposterous. Because, like, why else would they... I think that they just didn't really know what they got into. Because they gave Empyrean Legacy 2 charges, which is good, because there were some moments where you would overcap. And so it's like, that's like a quality of life tool to make it better. But they definitely over-nerfed the number. So, like, I wouldn't be shocked if they... And I talked about it on the bench when I was on Tettles and Growl's podcast. I was like, I would not be shocked if they buffed Empyrean Legacy enough to be usable, you know? Where I get my pillows? Ooh, so pillows are a big thing right now. It's a good question. What up, Lem? I have like 9 different pillows. I have a Tempur-Pedic. I have a Coop Eden. I've got a purple pillow. I've got some like random Amazon ones. So I got a new bed 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I'm still trialing pillows. I got a lot. I'm like, I'm that weird guy. I'm taking notes. I'm like, how well did I sleep? Like, how does my neck feel? Like, all that kind of stuff, you know? So, I'm working on it. I think the Tempur-Pedic ones are really good, though. Yeah, we'll do some Oracle today. Yep. Exclamation mark setup, Lem. It's got the link for you. All of the treadmills come with... All the treadmills come with like a little thing of lube. And so you'll want to put this on like once a month. Yeah. You just like stick it under the treads. You just stick it under the treads and then you just kind of walk on it. Yep. Trent says Aeona helps them regain ultimates faster. I don't. Gaming chair, I've got a Secret Lab Titan. Yeah. Bring it into the camera a little bit. There you go. Yeah, I got a little Secret Lab Titan. For the tread, Hab, yeah. I got you to lock in. That neck do? I know, it's a long one. I got a big old long neck. Down pillow from Casper, 150. Hope it's better on the back. I feel you, man. I feel like so many pillows push your neck up way too much. Like, I got one of those Coop Eden pillows where you take the stuffing out, and I took out, like, more than half the stuffing because it just, like, it tilted my neck so forward when I was sleeping. So weird. I had a purple mattress. I mean, I have it. It's literally sitting in my living room now. But it was, like, too firm. Yeah, it was too firm. If you have a recommendation for a brand, Josh, I might have one. I don't know. Like I said, I have like 8 different pillows. Casper. Let's see. Casper pillow. Oh, we got a group finally. Kind of expensive to nice. I mean, you can't put a price of good sleep, you know? They certainly try. Yeah, I feel like I just have it where all the pillows I find... This one looks good, though. Looks low profile. But I find so many pillows are, like, super high profile and just, like, push your head and your neck up, and I hate it. Yeah. I mean, I had a purple mattress. I bought one, like, 2-3 years ago. I guess it was, like, 3 years ago. And it just never really sat right, and I never returned it. So then I just got a Helix mattress this year. I do like the cervical neck pillow, but it's a little too low for me to sleep on. It's literally just like a curve. You know, it's almost like something you'd have at like a massage place or something. But I do like that to like help me wind down before I sleep, because it helps you like stretch out your neck a lot. I do have to take down my monitors. I need the top. I have a what is it? Hamburger, and then like a hot dog, right? So I have like 2 horizontal monitors, one on top of the other, and then I have my chat over here. And I feel like I turn my neck too much to look at chat here. And I just gotta like turn my torso with it as well or something like that. But I gotta mess around with it, because I can move these monitors all over the place. Yeah. Wasn't for that amazing Pally animated short that came out, I'd probably play Holy Priest. I still gotta watch that. We're gonna have to watch that today.
5,
yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna see with Shadowman. I haven't tested it yet. Yeah, I think Pally would be a pretty good gamer. I hope that they they buff the playstyle. That's my issue with it right now. Yeah.
to find them if we're going to stop Lithraxium.
Pylon is showing me a critical failure, Chief Contact.
Hurry up those repairs. If we aren't careful,
The intricacies are unknown to me. Not bad. That's right, we got an AUG. Oh, I think they might have fixed it. Might have fixed it. That did look like a pretty chunky Shadowman right there. So now I can work it with a Surge? Yeah, that actually is a lot better. It's a lot better. Ooh, wait a minute. We might have a cook. W. German for shouting out that they fixed the bug. Shadowman wasn't working with like any of your... Here's the Shadowman. Oh baby! All right, we're cooking. Shadowman was not working with any of your other talents, and now it is. Absolute W. Absolute W. Actively hunting for executes? Yeah, you need to, as best you can. Yeah. Because yeah, getting your little shadow friends makes a big impact. Yeah, just only took them a couple months, a little bit of time. I think Shadowman still should be instant cast, though. Yeah, the Shadowman's hit really hard, though. They do hit really hard.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
They'll kill it.
more of you mindless intruders.
They'll kill it. Tanks just self-heal a lot. Yeah. Tanks just self-heal a lot. I think we are going to Voidweaver in M+. I think we are. Slash EQOL VZ. EQOL. Open up your interface, and then action bars and buttons. Just set them to not be mouse overed. Did they fix it for showing stagger? I thought they did. Yeah.
Stay away from my work.
Oh, Relin, thank you for the prime and the 2 months, dude. what's happening with him. I don't know of any dot on this fight that's like supposed to stay with you. I feel like he was like bugged or something. Yeah, I got to Eternal Yeti. Ah, man. All right. I thought it would actually connect everything, but I guess not. We had so many like cross lasers that sometimes you can stand in like in between them, and then you can actually like clear them out pretty easily. Oh well. Voidweaver's damage is absurd. Voidweaver's damage is like really, really absurd. Yeah. Not yet, Josh. Your void ball gets larger with more penances. Your void ball gets larger with more penances. So if you uppies and stuff, it just makes the void orb super, super large, super quick. But there's a cap to it. It's difficult. I think it's more difficult to cap it when you play as this Voidweaver setup and just regular penance. Oh, he just fucking bailed immediately. Gotta love it. That was a boss mechanic. Thankfully, it's not that large for everybody else. Those Shadowmans hit really hard. That was pretty sick. It was pretty sick. I was hitting for like 60 or 70% of somebody's health bar or something like that. And that was for like the DPS. Thing is, I want to take dot spread somehow. Painful Punishment is going to help me on boss fights, but then Encroaching Shadows helps me on trash. I wonder how much healing, or sorry, how much damage I'm really getting at a Holy Array, though. Yeah. It's hard for us lowly 1 or 2 character gamers to decide on an alt. I think it's because there's just so much change. There's so much flux going on with balance. It's difficult to know what to invest in, you know? Yeah. I think you are going to run Voidweaver, yeah. That's what I'm trying to find out today, Daphne. That's what I'm trying to figure out today. I want to level my own key, but it's been a pain trying to find, like, solid squads to be able to push over 15s and stuff lately. I'm trying to see if there's going to be, like, a really stout tank to play with or something like that. Push something higher. We'll see. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. And maybe we'll have some better luck when I check in a sec. Be right back. All right. Voidweaver good now? I think it is the better option, yeah. Oh, hello. All right. Man, I knew I should have been nicer yesterday. I knew that was gonna happen. I was talking some shit to Shaw yesterday when he came into chat, and I was like, oh, he's gonna insta fucking deny me now. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Oh boy. How you doing, Andrew? What's going on, man? Yeah, you could probably play Voidweaver on live. Yeah, I actually have been reading some good books. I am actually done. I should have tweeted it out. I'm gonna go put it in the background. One sec. One sec. I just finished Shadow's Edge. I just finished Shadow's Edge. So we'll put that in the background now. It's part of the Night Angel trilogy about assassins. Yeah, you bet, Hurricane. Take it easy, man. A lot of like the talents for like Wowhead don't have all the talent points because you don't get the talent points until you finish leveling. Yeah. No, I just physically read the written word, real book. Yeah, Night Angel trilogy's been pretty good. I think I prefer the Lightbringer series over it, but it's been really good. But yeah, I don't do audiobooks. I'm that freak with the real book. Yeah, walking pad, tantrum. Exclamation mark setup if you want to see all the stuff I use. But I'm on the third book now. I forget what it's called. I think it's called Beyond the Shadows. Pretty sure. Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I didn't see if Predator Badlands. I don't think it's still in theaters, or at least it wasn't the one I checked.
3.
I heard it was good though.
1.
You read Night Angel before Lightbringer? That's fair. Yeah.
They threw their home.
I was the exact opposite.
If we can call
I was the exact opposite.
the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which
Black Prism is peak, dude. That's very peak. Oh my goodness. It is so tough trying to maintain some dots and get expiation value on that pull, but we healed it. Oh my god, we healed it. Greenbone? I have not. I'm kind of thinking I might start Red Rising after this. I heard some good stuff about it. Yeah, I'm considering that, or I might do Devils by Joe Abercrombie. I really enjoyed not only the third Law trilogy, or was it? I think it's the third Law trilogy, something like that. Really enjoyed his initial trilogy, but his spin-off series was like so good. I couldn't get enough of that. First Law, thank you.
Teresa was the peacekeeper of our
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
spent many days tending to the gardens.
Yeah, I think the spin-offs are better. I was like, these stories own. I probably should do a Goodreads, because I have a lot of thoughts, and I don't want to, like, you know, be spoiling stuff for people. I have a lot of opinions about the books I read. I should probably do that. Because that's what you do with a Goodreads, right? Is you just, like, you write a review for the book, and you can include stuff that, like, spoils it. Looking like a priest angle, Baluine. Yep. Yeah, I think Shadowman with these buffs is very back. Well, I say buffs. They actually just fixed it so it works properly. Yeah. Yep. What was the expected Shadowman was our healing spell? Battle for Azeroth. Yep. Oh, BFA. You know, BFA. Yeah, I remember trying to heal Voldats in Temple of Sethralus with that. Good times, man. Good times. I think you would use Shadowmend in a lot of standard. Oh man, you just get the poop. Looks like it. It seems like you would just use Shadowmend with Voidweaver anytime you need some good spot healing. You know. I don't know, maybe you can mix it into an Oracle setup. We will try some Oracle today, so I'll see where I can kind of mix it in at. This is all good questions, because it's going to go into a video. The video's going to be something along the lines of, what do we do now? After all the disc and Holy Pally changes. I don't know where this guy is. He's close by, though. But buffs for disc? They need to go and revert a lot of the garbage that was going on with making Oracle bad. Like, Penance actually needs to be worth something. Again. I'm fine if they want to make Voidweaver good, but I think they should also be making Shadowmend instant cast. That would go really, really hard. Nope. I don't think I have one, Jiggle. Oh, well, Stark, what's going on, man? Oh, pizza. Edge to edge. Dude, whoever made that is a fucking genius. Yeah. Yeah, usually they put so much power into Penance, and they did in early testing, and then they just started taking it all away, man. It's been a disaster ever since. I think Holy Pally is like A tier. We're gonna do some more testing today with it for sure. But I think it's around A tier. Problem I have with it is that the mana situation is like worse. Your spenders feel worse. I think the gameplay feels a little worse, but it's still like
Seems to have stolen my
stronger than many other healers.
let you close without a fight.
Yeah, you really want to make sure you're focusing on sniping Shadow or Deaths when you can. And it can be kind of a challenge in very, very highly dense packs, trying to make sure you get everything. Yeah, I think our Druid just stands alone as the S tier healer. Yeah. Not my favorite. We should be getting into execute soon, thankfully. You actually chew through dot duration really fast, too. Ugh.
Beautiful. She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was threatened.
Either UI guide. I'm gonna have a Dander's frame guide out on Monday. That's the main raid frame one.
Sylvana didn't ask to be Ranger General, but
Yeah, Greater Smite just sucks so bad when you have to move. It's such a pain. And like I was already consuming my dots so quickly that I was like struggling to refresh them, you know? It was a bit rough. I was about to rip a Master Spell and I had to cancel it because somebody else got a, I think it was probably a Dwarf Angle they did.
and anything else that belonged to her.
I think Holy's in a stronger position than Disc. Yeah. I think so. Seneca, thanks so much for the 2 months and all your wise words. What up, Grunt? Happy Saturday, bro. Yeah, you can use it for DPS. I've seen people use my Dander's frame profile for like DPSing and tanking and stuff. Might just want to move it into a different position, but it's easily done. See, I was thinking Disc would be stronger in raids, but after they've nerfed it a gajillion times, I'm a little skeptical. The problem with Holy Priest is mana, but if you can get like an Innervate, I feel like there's actually a fair argument for Holy Priest to be getting the nod over Disc in like a serious raid team. Let's push that button, push that button, push that button. Holy's healing profile is very interesting. This guy's like a paid chatter asking that question because I love talking about it. Holy Priest is one of the most interesting and, dare I say, very useful healing profiles. This is how you heal. by the way, in case you're curious. Holy Priest has prio target cleave healing everywhere. And what that means is the target that you cast a spell on, you do a ton of healing to them, and then you also cleave onto other allies very frequently. You do it in two ways. You have the ultimate Serenity talent, where your Holy Word Serenity talent hits harder on that primary target, basically giving you like a 50% of health bar type heal. And sorry, I'm healing. And it also cleaves onto 4 other allies for a portion of the amount you healed. Furthermore, your Prayer of Healing has a talent called Prayerful Litany, which causes you to heal for 125% more on your primary target. And so, your Prayer of Healing effectively... Yo, don't interrupt me. You feed? No, I never feed. Thanks for the new sub, dude. And so your Prayer of Healing does 125% more healing to your primary target, so it's like a guaranteed crit on your primary target. And with the Archon talents, when you have a Surge proc up, then your Prayer of Healing can be used on that with that Surge proc, so it costs half as much mana. And with Archon talents, it also heals for more. So you have a lot of like really positive synergies together. The downside is mana. If you can get away, if you can keep your mana in a good spot, Holy Priest is one of the strongest healers. But you burn mana fast. You burn mana fast. Should I recraft all my gear? Bro, the expansion's over. Oh man. It's a good bait. Source Magic can make a difference. I think they actually buffed the mana regen out of it a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. Yo, Alchemist, thanks for converting to the tier 1, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, that healing profile, though, is very helpful because there are a lot of moments where you're healing rot damage, but then also you're going to need some prio target healing on 1 or 2 people. So, Holy Priest has phenomenal output in keys. We'll play a little bit, I think, a little later today after we get some Paladin or Oracle stuff done. But you're not very tanky as a Holy Priest. They buffed your survivability a bit with yesterday's changes, but it's not that much, you know? Not by that much. I hope so, Josh. No idea to know for sure, though. No idea. I'm gonna be working on Trinket videos soon. Soon. Yeah. Favorite type of video to make? I've been really enjoying the videos I've been making lately about like, here's a quick tier list update, here's, 2 healers I'm gonna move on my tier list up or down or whatever, and then here's why. Because I'm gonna do that again for Disc and for Holy Pally, and that's what our testing is gonna do today, is I'm gonna like, kind of lock down my thoughts and my opinions about where Holy Pally and Disc Priest are now for an M+ environment. And then it's a quick like, here's where I think they sit in the meta, and then here's like an explanation why. I think that stuff's fun. Tier list videos, like a dedicated tier list videos, are usually pretty fun, but a lot of times people just don't listen. People don't even like watch it, and then they just like skip to the end, and then they get angry at the end. So like, there's positives to it, some negatives to it, guess I'm just gonna rip uppies here. I should have done it earlier, but that's okay. I know, right, Josh? Well, that's basically my way of doing it.
She never wanted to be worshipped.
That's basically my way of doing it. What's up, Jim?
Come, we have one more round.
Yeah, and I think some of the videos I've had the most fun with are when a class gets a ton of changes, and I'm like, hey, okay, so instead of reading everything, I'm just gonna explain to you what's important. You know? Fixating ghosts, you gotta like stun or kite them out, yeah. Yeah. Mistweaver got better? It has. And I have a video just like what I was talking about Mistweaver. Wait, nope, that's a short. That's a short. But it's on the YouTube. Made a video talking about Holy Priest and Mistweaver together. Doing great, Aluso. What's going on, man? Yeah. I cast Powered Radiance because it's a Radiant spell, I think. I'm pretty sure it's marked as a Radiant spell, which is like light and fire. And so you can cast light and fire as long as you're not locked out of one of them. I use Dander's frames, Crunchy. Yeah, rip the DK. Oh, they're back. Cell's gonna be coming back soon. Oh, we're still kind of waiting on it. That's right, the old soon TM.
Valeria hunted the old horde with a ferocity bordering on obsession. For good reason. They took my life, savaged our home. One of Valeria's scouting maps is within. It seems to have called on the ghosts.
If you just type !UI, you can see on my Waggo all my add-ons, just a full list of all the add-ons I use. If you want to yoink all the profiles, they're all available for you there. If you want to just see the add-ons, the list is there too. Yeah, I think Voidweaver is better than Oracle now. We're gonna do some Oracle testing, maybe after this dungeon? Maybe. Triage healing is still really bad as Voidweaver, yeah. Yeah. That's solid. Man, you are like so cooldown based. It's ridiculous. Oh man. I'm gonna have a guide to Dander's frames out on Monday. Yeah. It's the right ratio of peanut butter to jelly on a PB&J. I'm kind of like a 90 to 10 peanut butter to jelly kind of person. I'm not too big on the balance. Just want all the peanut butter. Yep. I've read, I think, like 5 or 6 Warcraft novels. They're all like older ones, though. It's like, you know, Tides of War, or, you know, First War, Second War kind of stuff. Actually, it's older than Tides of War, because I think Tides of War might have been like one of the last ones I read. But yeah, I think I stopped reading them around the time they're like, we're gonna have a trial for Garrosh. Oh, like, bro, he murdered a bunch of people. Like, you could just kill him. I was like, I'm not reading that. That was the line for me. You have got to be kidding me. Not today, Omni, but I will maybe Monday or Tuesday. Not yet, Gosling. I will when they have that Dander's integration. I think Voidweaver's a little better. We're gonna do a Oracle test after this, and we'll see. So, title? No, I've just been playing beta. Yeah, I've just been playing beta. Got title in season 1 and season 2, but after like they announced, hey, we're gonna have another turbo boost, I just had no desire. Let's go, Griffin. Love to see it, man. Oh my god, dude. It's Lichco is the brand of the walking pad. And yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pain trying to set up your healing for this, not gonna lie. Especially when you have to move like this. I had it in some. Yeah, like you get a lot more affected by movement than a lot of other healers are, and so whenever you're not able to like plant and turret, it gets to be a little rough. Balls! Thank you so much for the new sub, dude. You go to the better cooldown manager. It's like the BCDM VSZ. And then you move it around on like the X and Y axis there. Yeah, that's the thing. The high movement fights get you. High movement fights really get you. Being able to have the execute and a strong execute is insane, though. Part of what makes this so tough is like you're very, very strong in your execute, but then you feel like you're pretty weak outside of it. I think he's just hitting lines or something. I'm not sure what's happening there. Eh.
At last, spirits that linger within these halls have found peace. I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
Feels like mana is a little bit tougher, Apollo, because you're not going to run Empyrean Legacy with a nerf. You got to cast a lot more Flash Heal. Overall, damn. Yeah. So I did 50k overall. Kind of big. Kind of big. Gonna make it up to him? I'm trying to right now, Jedi. Trying to right now. No, you're pretty much just using PI for whenever you think people are using their damage cooldowns. I gotta get better at like trying to mini game out when they're using their DPS buttons. Yeah. So. Did you not play War Within, Donante? Ah, okay. Yeah, this is like exactly what they did for War Within. It's in the description, say God. Yeah, so I mean, Disc can do a ton of damage. That's not the issue, though. Like, and also Algathar has like 0 heal checks. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. What do we do? Magisters. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, Shadowman was pretty good there. It was pretty good there. Promise you cough drops. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh. Ooh. Let's try that. How old am I? 31. Yeah, I'm gonna try Shadowman. I'll try it out. We'll see. I'm on the young side compared to most WoW players. Yep. Compared to most WoW players. We're about to find out, Cabo. About to find out. I'm 18? Yeah. Nope. Nope. I remember when I was like the youngest person by a mile in my Mythic Raid team. Yeah. Yeah. You should definitely enchant for movement speed for leveling. That stuff's OP. Defensive penance buffs and priest talent tree will help. Holy priest? Slightly, you know. It's a little bit of help, but it's not gonna like, you know, be a super big game changer, I feel. Yeah. Alright, we'll try out Shadowman. A lot of flash heal. A lot of flash heal in this setup, but I think it could be really good. Flash heals are kind of crank. They're kind of crank. I think I'm actually gonna... I'll try this out. I'm gonna try this out, actually. Because I need more dot spread on trash. I need some more dot spread on the trash. Raiders are God's chosen children. I think the raid-only players would disagree. Yeah, I'll have a press guide, Alexio. I'll work on having guides for all the healers for keys. Yeah, most of my guild are like raid only players. Only a handful go for title, and they usually don't even go every season for it either. So like when I raid with them, like I get the full-fledged like raider only perspective, and then when I'm streaming, I get like the M pluser only perspective, you know. All raiders gotta fill the vault. Yeah, but like they just only do like 10s. They do like the bare minimum. You know? They are dragged to M plus, kicking and screaming. These days I mainly pug. Yeah, because now that I changed my schedule to play like during the day, there's not that many title level players that want to push for keys at like noon on a Tuesday or Thursday or something, you know? So every once in a while I'll get like a dedicated team. I had it for like season 1 and part of season 2. But like the other side of like season 2, I was just like pugging it the rest of the way. Yeah. I got to like, I think I was like within 50 or 80 points of getting title as Holy Priest in season 2 in War Within. And I had 8 different tanks for 8 different dungeons. That was a rough experience. It was pretty fun though. Yeah. So I think what's gonna happen is if they bring back like a turbo boost, I might just spend a bunch of time playing every healer and just gearing them up before the turbo boost happens.
5,
And then after the turbo boost, I might focus on like pushing keys or something like that. Because there's just like there's no point. There's no point if they do a similar turbo boost to like really try to sweat up pushing keys, you know? We'll see. Still undecided. I hope that they don't have a turbo boost. That would make my life a lot better, but I saw something on Wowhead where they're speculating that they're bringing it back. So if they do, we'll see. We'll see. It's Gilix. I think it absolutely destroys the flow of the season. I'm with you 100%. I'm with you 100%. They could add a dinar or two, cool. But I don't want to have this whole like your health bars balloon and you get a bunch of different upgrades to your gear like midway through a season. I don't need it. Turbo boost in the past has been where they increase the upgrade tracks of your gear. So instead of only having like, 6 upgrade tracks, let's say, they give you like 3 more or 2 more. So there's more reason to keep on like farming for more crests and keep on upgrading your eye level. Yeah. HPal's mana is a little bit worse now because you have to cast more flashes. You're not building up quite as much holy power as before. I think it's still a powerful healer, but I think it's like A tier instead of S tier.
I've missed this library.
Fucking coffee. The things I read from you bring such a smile to my face. Oh man. I need like a counter. Minutes streaming before coffee mentions Guild Wars 2. Oh man. Yeah, those Guild Wars Enlightened players would never follow along with the turbo boost. They got their diagonal progression systems. You got your bingo card already? Ooh, a bingo launch card would be sick. They mentioned it as the free space. Yeah, it should be. Or a pizza with toppings. Ooh, how do you feel about a pizza? Get some pepperoni, some grilled chicken, some onions. Kind of choose your own adventure if you want to take it any further than that. I know they also have this like really garlicky sauce. I'm a big fan of. I'm a very, very big fan of. Oh, boop. Extra tasty. Yeah, the garlic parmesan, that's right. From the Papa himself.
The construct ahead is heightening Rama's spellwork. Destroy it.
Oh, pizza, there it is. There it is. Edge to edge action, maybe. Oh, I haven't had their new pen yet. Maybe we'll get it for launch. Actually, that'd be kind of fire. Maybe we do that for launch. So I'm exercising. Yeah, true. Well, I thought about not doing cardio at the gym today, and I was like, man, I just know I'm probably not going to eat that well and not work out that much when launch happens. So, like, I gotta get the cardio in now. I gotta do it now. Okay, I think actually Oracle's gonna outpace Voidweaver. I wasn't sure. And I thought Voidweaver might be the way, but now that we're trying this this new version. I think we got a new cook. You could order you to not go to the gym or eat well, and you'd obviously do it. Yeah. Obviously. Debuff next to Bloodlust. That's a root. The other one is a haste increase for 25 minutes. I think we clicked on a book. Which one's the encroaching? Yeah, it's the dot spread. So the challenge with this one, Bloodrina, is that when you need to do healing, you want to use penance defensively. But then when there's not really much going on, then you kind of do want to have the dot spread so you can guarantee that you get Shadowman procs. It's an interesting difference. Yeah. Yeah, after this bug fixes, Shadowman actually does feel like a legit good button. Yeah. I know, we're back to BFA, Blinsker. Time is a flat circle. Yep. Ready as it'll ever be, Ares. You know, Blizzard. You've been around enough. I think it's probably more complete than War Within, but, you know. There's a lot more, like, steady damage in keys, Adino. Like, this fight is gonna have, you know, a burst and then there's, like, nothing, right? This fight doesn't have that much damage. Shadowman's still a thing. Fallen Angel, thank you for the prime. Fallen. We still have Shadow Melts. Is heals. Thanks so much for the prime as well, bro. Recommend Twitch or YouTube as far as profitability? I don't think it really matters for like what stream to watch. I think whatever the better viewer experience, you know, just watch that. I'm kind of the mindset that people are just watching. Everything else will kind of work out from there, you know. Challenge is always to you know, kind of get people through the door. Not too worried about which door they use. But I appreciate you asking, man. Close to max eye level? We are max eye level, yeah. About as max eye level as you can get. In fact, we also have a lot of avoidance. Oh, wait, did they remove it? I guess they removed it now. We used to have a ton of avoidance, so I guess they removed that. That was wild. Yeah. Defensive buffs are good. Holy Priest really needed them in particular. They're of course going to help Disc as well. But Holy Priest, I think, was like the biggest culprit of really, really struggling when it was coming to mana. Or survivability. And mana. That's a different topic. I'm glad they removed the avoidance, because, yeah, that was weird.
Stand down.
That was very, very weird.
From Lorthamar himself.
Liar! None shall lay hands on the Sinoshaw! The Sinoshaw remains Shalama Orinor!
Restrain him. I'll take care of these shields.
Your fall is written! Speak no more!
Wow. Painful. It's okay, though.
Unrelenting!
It's all good. Yeah, I use Platinator. Exclamation mark UI.
Mark for defeat!
I'm using default right now, but I'll probably be using details on launch. So, yeah, the overall healer buffs don't really do a lot. I feel like they're kind of like lip service of like, don't worry, we buffed your healer damage, healers. I hear you wanted that. It was like, I think people wanted a little more. But it seems like they want to go down this route of healers not really doing much damage to start the season, so.
I am unyielding.
They don't want to take turns in the schoolyard. What can you do?
For defeat!
Yeah, Shadowman got bug fixed, so we're playing with it right now, and it's actually quite strong. Yeah. Yeah, Oracle's triage is way better, and I wanted to run this specific dungeon so that we can start seeing our triage after this boss fight. Because this dungeon starts with a lot of AoE damage, and then it kind of transitions into a lot more spot healing. So I'm very, very interested to see how it's going to go.
Speak no more! I am unyielding. Your fall is written. Shall not.
Help me remove the wards around the
The
city.
single pull at the start of this? What do you mean? Good morning, Luke. Nice crisp 1:20 p.m. How you doing, King? Point with the cursor where my Shadowman procs appear. Just to the left of my void shields, around this ballpark. Pacific time is 11:20. Ah, my bad, my bad. Good morning, princess. I hope you slept well. Is there anybody who like really enjoys having dreams? Because boy, have I found the thing that makes you have dreams? Let me tell you. I started taking glycine before bed, and man, that shit, you get some. It's not even like bad dreams. I feel like you get bad dreams whenever you take melatonin. So I try not to. But man, you take like glycine, you get some crazy ass dreams. Yeah, it's like very vivid. I was at somebody's wedding last night in my dream, and I had, you know, a pretty standard white dress shirt, which, you know, can be a little see-through a little bit. And especially when you wear a forest green shirt. And I know the exact shirt because it's in my closet, and I love that shirt. And I've worn it on stream a million times. And it was a nice forest green shirt, and I wore the forest green shirt underneath my white dress shirt for the wedding instead of a white shirt or undershirt or black undershirt or anything like that. And I was like, no! I remember dreams and details because I'm crazy, Gosling. You hear enough of my personal stories and you'll realize they missed me when they were collecting people for the institutions. They messed up. I got terrible dreams, take melatonin as well, straight up nightmare fuel. Dude, you try glycine. You know, do your own research, obviously. But I don't like have bad dreams with it, but I got some sharp dreams. Like there's stuff going on. But it was just like, I don't know, I was like at a wedding and agonizing over what I was wearing. I woke up and I tried to pull on my shirt, but obviously I wasn't wearing a shirt, and I had a sleep mask on. So I looked down and I'm like, I can't see anything, and I had to take my sleep mask off. Whose wedding was it? I only knew the bride, and it was somebody. It was my gym buddy's boss, who was at the gym. Yeah. But I don't know who she was marrying. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, it wasn't him. I don't think he was there. Yeah. Why would you do that? It would very clearly show through your white button down. Are you a silly goose in your own dreams? I am. Yeah. I am. The white over the health bars is your overshield bar. Yeah, how much absorb you have. Yeah. 100 jacks versus 1 gorilla. If I have terrain to work with, I think we're cooking. I think we're cooking. 100 of me, coffee? 100 of me? That's a lot. All right. It's a lot of healing. Not yet, Pooh. Not yet, man. I'll send out the bat signal when it does, though. I got you. Overdue for a Twitter thirst trap. I'm in the hyperbolic time chamber, Luke. I'm working on myself. It's been like a year. I know. Gotta fix my shit. We're out here shadow mending, oracling, inner focusing. Look at this. Bam. Whew. Spot healing. Shadowman really bangs with inner focus as well. Working with it, it kind of cranks. The problem is, do I take? Well, I think you do take encroaching shadows to get a bit better dot spread on boss fight or on trash pulls. Yo, Connor, thank you for the 5 months, man. Also, sorry I missed that. Holy shit, that was 5 minutes ago. I'm slipping. I am logging my keys. Just started logging them. My least favorite thing about Disc? I think right now it is some of the dot management being more difficult to properly leverage. Actually, I think it's probably using penance defensively for healing. I think that offensive penance and smite feel way too weak. That's my least favorite thing. Yeah. What exactly am I doing here? I'm going for a walk. I'm talking to chat. What are you doing here, Hoovy? What are you doing? He asking me to explain myself. Oh, I'm not even being dragged. W. Void shield RNG or defensive penance stuff. You need to be jailed. I think it counts if I'm talking about one to offensive penance. Voidweaver actually feels weaker. Voidweaver feels quite a lot weaker. Way less mobile. Way less mobile. Yeah, we're doing a Mythic Plus dungeon, Hoovie. It's a dungeon that can continuously scale up in difficulty. Normally parse 90s in raids? It depends. By the end of the season, yeah, because like, if you just do farm content enough, you know, there's gonna be times where your buddies get caught slipping, or you get caught slipping, you know? But you can just look it up. I think you can, I think exclamation point log? I don't remember. Exclamation point log, exclamation point character, something like that. I have my logs. Just Jack be casting on Tichondrius is my ID. So you can see my logs for all the expansions. I said I think. I said I think. I was wrong. Keeps monk from main S tier. In keys, Brewmaster, and a good raid buff. In raids, a raid buff, or some kind of like utility, overarching utility. Ah, the armory does. There you go. You guys can link the logs in chat. Judge me all you want. I got nothing to hide. Where you're ramping? Where I was ramping? Yeah, of course. That's why you asked about if I got 99s first, yeah? I see what you're about. Wait, what are you talking about, Drama King? Mana with this build's pretty chill because I'm only hitting shields if it's an emergency or if I have a void shield proc. Makes it a lot easier. Core ability, I know, right? Yeah, you can use more powered shield, but it's kind of like your mana dump, basically. So you gotta be careful with it. Gotta be careful with it. Sponsored by IKEA. It's a little like revolving sponsor thing that they have going around temporarily, and so we have IKEA and Papa John's right now. Yeah. So hopefully they're like decently low impact and like not too super in your face. Yeah. You want to like check them out, click on the link every once in a while. I'm sure that would appreciate it. Yep. Is that slutty enough? I'll let them know in the feedback. Yeah. Stinky, thank you for the 33 months. So I am running Encroaching Shadows, so I can try to spread around some more dots on trash, and that also is going to help me with some more Shadowman value. Ciao. But when I need to do big boy healing, when I need to do grown man healing, I will defensive penance people. Yeah.
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Sinister to the Void Storm. What is that monstrosity? You keep it occupied while I channel the...
Only
Man.
the strongest survive.
Thought I would live that. I was gonna uppies right afterwards. I should have just defensived it. I didn't want to use my defensive there because I wanted to just like lean on uppies to carry it for me. Little greedy. Little greedy. Where's my overkill tracker or something like that? I can see if those new here it comes again. I can see if the defensive buffs that we're supposed to get soon would have actually made up for it. Little Shadowman basically tops off our tank. W. Oh, he's learning what uppies is today. It's always a good day when somebody learns about uppies.
Offer an apology for the
Atch.
near catastrophe.
Let's go. You trolled Shaw very adequate. Hell yeah. He's a good sport. He's a good sport. Perfectly unterrible. Thanks, Kafka. I'll try to be worse. I pressed plea. I don't think I pressed it once. Let's check in the log. And yes, I'll link it to you guys. There you go. There you go. Eat. Or then healing in pre-patch burstier. Pre-patch healing is weird, and I don't know, super weird shenanigan type stuff going on. But I think the midnight healing is very good. Plea is a raid button, basically, Furnace. Plea is a raid button. All right, Shatter Mend. 150k. That's a pretty good button. For reference, you know what also does around 50k? 150k? Kind of like a Holy Light. It's around that ballpark. I think there's too many talents smurfed. Was it nerfed yet? They just buffed, they basically fixed a lot of bugs that kept it from even being usable. So, oh, actually, I think that they did put that nerf in. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. You basically want to go like heavy haste as Oracle. Yeah. I know, right, Nika? Well, somebody might. I wasn't even gonna run it today. I don't know if Herman is still in chat, but he's like, I think they fixed it. You should try it. And I was like, sure, I'll give it a shot. We'll do it for a dungeon. And the very first time I used it, I was like, oh, they fixed it. Oh man, they fixed it. So yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, Oracle wants heavy haste because you have double penance. Penance is a hasted cooldown. It's a pretty good button. Pretty good button. What was I gonna look at as well? The damage. The damage. Expiation, 7.6%. Your Mindbender's doing a lot. I know that's also from the Mindbender talent as well, but still. Some pretty real damage. Yeah. Nika, do you have any gut check? Do you have any gut check? Differences or something like that? A huge rotation seems pretty simple. It is. They used to have this like rotating, cycling ability, Eluso. You know, it was this ability, and then the ability changed to something else, and the ability changed to something else, but they removed that. Yeah. They got rid of that. I was talking to Clannon about it, and he said haste would feel better with Oracle. And that's what they were aiming for. But with Shadowman being strong, could change it up. Could change it up. Inescapable Torment, I believe, does a lot. Let's double check. Let's double check. Yeah, Inescapable Torment's doing 15% of my damage. It's actually a lot. It's a lot of it. Actually, I do think it's very punchy. It feels like you're getting a lot of transfers. Link the log one more time. That way I can pin it. Yeah, I guess we will have to see how it's going to go on boss fights. That's true. We're gonna do Skyreach. So I think there should be some pretty good heal checks. So should be pretty good. Well, the thing is, what would you run instead of Expiation? Because Blaze is actually pretty bad. You're using a lot of defensive penance. Like, your dots are pretty strong, but I don't think that they would make up for it.
Hey, how you doing?
What are we doing? Skyreach.
If you ever need any...
It seemed to proc pretty consistently, and you can hold two charges at a time, so I kind of wish it was like an infinite duration, to be honest. That would help a lot. It's like 20 seconds or so. So the thing with the extra haste is you're not always using powered shield on cooldown. You're basically just using it all the time when you have a void shield proc. But if you cast shield on cooldown all the time, then it would doom you. So you can't really go in that direction. Yeah, Shadow Bane actually does a bunch. Yeah, that would really be nice, man. That would really be nice. I think as it is, it's not that bad, though. If you don't just, like, mash powered shield on cooldown, your mana actually feels pretty chill. Yeah, the Golem boss is not too bad. But I did play it yesterday on, like, a 16 or 17, and it was pretty rough as Voidweaver, but I think it'll be a lot easier. It'll be a lot easier as, Where's the other ones? Let's see. There you go. Yeah, appreciate it, Hellraiser. You bet, Peaceful. Appreciate you, man.
Love from the UK.
Appreciate you, Peaceful. Thank you for the 7 months. Platy settings that change the health bar color? Nope. I guess that could be a good one to change though, but it would basically be for like disc only. It's good to know that it's possible though. I think you can fit in a 1-pointer of spell warding. Yeah. I think you can fit in a 1-pointer. Take Bulwark for now. Bulwark certainly gets better. Bulwark certainly gets better there. Bicycle? Nah, it's just a little walking pad. Midnight M Plus can be a return to healers focusing on filling health bars? Yes. A lot less crowd control. A lot less. There still is some, of course, but like way less than before. Yeah, there is the passive ones. Haste with on use, or sorry, haste with an equip where your healing spells give you intellect. And then Mastery with an equip where your healing is granting you on-site and giving you more primary stat, basically.
5, 4, 3.
I think Voidweaver is actually a little too weak. Does great damage, but like that's about it. Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Like healer damage is just like not nearly as important as it used to be. Shadowman's so good, dude. Here it is on the tank. Pretty chunky. Pretty chunky. I guess I should probably hit uppies. Shadowman just buffs your flash shield, basically. You don't have to set a new keybind or anything like that. Whoa! Whoa! That was a crazy crit. That was an insane crit. It just lay on handsed him. Unless he also did a heal at the exact same time, which is possible. I literally, his entire health bar just spiked. That was ridiculous. Shadowman kind of good. Shadowman kind of good. The damage from Shadowman is a non-issue, yeah. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. It's just for flavor. Oh my god, please! Regular smites contributing to its omen healing? Nope. I mean, barely, but it, you know, it's something to do, but it's not good or anything. Something to do. Smite's not a mana burn, but like casting an unbuff powered shield certainly is. Yeah. Oh, man. Did I drag him through stuff? I was gripping him. I was gripping him for sure. I don't know what happened there. Oh, yeah. I got it. I got it. We're on a bit of a journey. On a hero's journey. I don't think I killed him. I don't know. I'll ask. I'm open to being wrong, but I don't actually know if I killed him. I don't think I dragged him through anything. Voidweaver for 13 and 14s? Yeah. Does a bunch of damage. Show me the clip. Show me the proof of the murder. Show me the proof of the murder. So I'm open to being wrong. Just can't quite tell. Did I murder you, Nail? I couldn't tell. Homicide in a 17 sky reach. Let's see. I'm calling my witness. Did I drag you through something? Oh. This pole just kills tanks. It's crazy. Ooh, that was a Shadowman. Love that. Love that. Love Shadowman. Nope. It's a life-saving one. Just run. Just run. You saw a 70k penance bolt on the monk. That's pretty solid. Life grip keybind because I misclick it so often I cause 2 wipes on Kai Vesa. I mean, you're not a real priest if you don't have a track record of getting your allies killed with grips, you know? On accident, of course. Of course. Got some builds to test today, Boat. Got some builds to test today in WoW. Shadowman. Oh my god, huge. I am walking. Yeah. The FCN files for gripping, are you really living? Oh my god. Shadowman. Whoa. Shadowman. Nice. Shadowman. Bam. I think you're going haste heavy. I'm not sure after that, though. Not sure after that. I mean, I also am kind of grooving. Whoa, bro, the mage went down 1 HP. Oh my god. Just playing for the first 24 hours of midnight. I'm doing a leveling adventure with some other content creators. I'm gonna be leveling up with Kalamazoo, Aya, Tettles, and one other person. TBD. Yeah, we're just gonna level together. We'll level together, yap together. Oh man, uppies doesn't work. Good luck, Blast.
I simply wish you had lasted
Wow.
a little longer.
Yeah. Get in there, Clam. Yep. It is Tame Impala, yeah. Let's see. Exclamation mark song. That's it all. By disc and your main goal is heal 15s and 16s. Should I feel nervous about picking this going into midnight? I think 15s and 16s would be fine. Holy Priest is actually very good in pre-patch, yeah. Yeah, I think they changed the laser so it like, I don't know if it always did this, but it increases his supernova damage. I thought it just pulsed damage.
5,
But yeah, I think it
4,
just juiced it up.
3, 2, 1.
Yep.
5.
Daily, do I struggle with delve solo content early on being a priest? I'm gonna level as a group, and I think that'll help. Apparently there's a lot of mandatory delve dungeon type stuff, so leveling with people is actually gonna be pretty good. Apparently. Whoa, these Shadowmans hit hard. I love it. I love it. I think Holy has better output overall, but there we go. We saved a life. All right, we might have taken a life once, but we saved a life this time now. Yeah, Shadowman actually cranks. I think Oracle is still better though. Voidweaver is like too static. It's very difficult to move and heal. You have really bad spot healing. That was a 288k crit. I saw it. I seen it. That was a 288k crit at a Shadowman. Oh man. Holy does phenomenal healing, like really, really strong healing. In keys, the problem is surviving and mana. You're really mana efficient, and I have a video on my YouTube which goes over all the Holy Priest stuff if you want to get a breakdown on it. But Holy Priest healing is really elite in dungeons. The downside is like you just have to really worry about living. The defensive buffs help a little bit, but you're still fairly squishy compared to other healers. And if you're being too aggressive with your prayer of healing, then you are going to boom very easily. Princess Primula, thanks so much for the new sub. How to keep up with all the Wowhead articles? A lot of times we just read them on stream. You know, people let me know something new happened. We read it. Easy game. Yeah, I think HPal is like A tier for keys. I think it's only Druid that's the S tier healer. But I think HPal is still like A tier. So I think you're gonna run Oracle and keys after I've been playing Oracle today some, and I was playing Voidweaver at the start of today and some last night. Still think you go with an Oracle angle, but it's a really weird gameplay play style. Ilgelect, thanks so much for the new sub. For raids, on paper, Voidweaver looks good. But again, it's like, same kind of thing with keys. You know, if there's too much movement going on in a fight, if you mistime some atonements a little bit, you are just like straight up screwed. You'll always get your way with me. So, I would say I would put Holy Priest at a slightly higher tier than Disc right now in keys. Probably the same in raids, if you can keep your mana up in raids. Because you can oom very, very fast in raids. Yeah. Least mana problems for the healer? Monk can burn their mana bars down pretty hard when they struggle on burst. But on rot fights, they're great. I feel like Shaman's the one that never ooms. Yeah. But I feel like they're the healer that would also really, really benefit from having a mana dump. Yep. Shadowman procs come from Shadow Word Pain. Shadow Word Pain. Oh, oh, oh no. Hold on to my Shadowman procs if he takes some more hits. Nice. There we go. Yeah, he needed a good mana dump. A good mana dump. A real one. Boom. Big Shadowman. Safest M plus main? Maybe AUG? Maybe AUG. Yeah, apparently you don't press chain heal in a raid setting either. From what I've been seeing. Disc Apex is a lot of healing, yep. The atonement you get from the shielding varies. Sometimes it's really strong, sometimes it does nothing. No wheel and woe. It's kind of difficult to get to because you now have to go through borrowed time, Cletus. Makes it a little bit tougher. Spirit Shell is not back. Like, there we go. Oof. Scary. Well, anytime the beams are soaked, it amplifies his stomp damage, and we amped it a little bit. It's a little bit scary when you have those going out. Instead of a shadow, or instead of wheel and woe, we're running with expiation. Get execute value. Yeah, Dander's Frames guide on Monday. Yep. Are you playing as Paladin Sliver? I don't know about Voodoo. I don't think Voodoo's coming back, but I'm not sure. Yeah. I had to wear Paladin where I was getting like locked in combat and stuff, but that was like a talent which like transfers damage to you basically. It's a weird one. Yeah. New damage meter. How can I see who gets the most healing after the dungeon? Details or Blizzard's damage meter works. But if you wanted to find like healing done to target type stuff, you're probably gonna just want to like run logs, because the information is really, really bad. So, Cascarus, thanks so much for the new sub. Oh, you want to know about the sword? We defeated the Legion's armies, and this guy was so pissed that we defeated his armies, kind of dunked on him really, that we started imprisoning him by awakening the Titans, and as revenge he stabbed his sword into Azeroth. Oh my god, there we go. Oh my god, that didn't spawn an ad. W. I thought it would. That's crazy. Yeah, that guy is kind of a dick. That's why we put him in prison. That's why we imprisoned him in prison. You might have been trying to save us, low key. In the same way, the like drink the Kool-Aid type stuff happened. Yeah, he kind of wanted to annihilate everybody to stop the Void from annihilating everybody. Yeah. In his own way. Sargeras fell into the Black Pillar state. He just thought everything sucked and we would just never win, and he gave up. And that's why he failed, chat. You never give up. Never doom. Hope springs eternal. I think they do, Verenius, yeah. I use Dander's frame, stinky. You know what would go crazy right now would be a Shadowman proc. That would be kind of insane. Wish I would get one. Oh, now I got two. As all the danger passed, I got two. Alright, you're funny. You're funny, man. I see you. It's not the easiest Nest, but I think all healers are decently easy to get into these days. If you want a full list of which healers are the easiest, I do have a video about that on my YouTube. Oh my goodness. My Shadow Fiend is still fighting a little bit. Just a little. I think if you could hold the procs longer, that would help, or if they stacked a little bit more. So I am using almost exclusively defensive penance. Yeah. I'll show you the log at the end of it. It is doing a ton of output. I'll probably be a main and priest. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe at the last possible second they'll buff priest and we'll own. Right? Right? Yeah, so when there's low damage, you basically use penance on enemies, and it helps with your dot spread. But when there's like big damage going out, you're just using it. Whew. When there's big damage going out, big healing required, you use defensive penance as Oracle. Yeah, I did test Voidweaver earlier. And we were doing a little compare and contrast, and I think Oracle is stronger. Yeah.
We will cast you down.
Yeah, as you get into higher level keys, damage gets burstier. But I think the damage levels are really good for when you're doing like 10s, 12s, things like that. I think the more casual players are going to be in like a pretty good position. Yeah, Voidweaver was rough last night. I was also so tired. I was not playing that well. But I played some more Voidweaver today, and it kind of confirmed some of my suspicions. So it's like, fine if you can stand around, but I just found that almost every boss fight, you just have to move a lot. And then in those situations, it's just not great. Oh, Krennic.
Behold the might of the Aracore. Cast them down. Let the scavengers below feed on their behold the might of the Aracore.
Yeah, Archon is super fun to play, man. I love how it plays. Run all the way to the back here. Hit uppies.
Cast them down. Let the scavengers below feed on their behold the might of the Aracore.
Well
Yeet.
done, mortal.
We're vibing, doing some testing on Oracle right now. Yeah, I think Holy does better healing. You gotta be really, really sharp with your survivability. So, yeah. I think Voidweaver's not enough, and you also have to move a lot on a lot of fight skill. But I definitely was getting like beat by the damage on it as Voidweaver. TPS specs make your job easier. DK, 100%. 100%. Yep. I think, yeah, I'll show talents. I think we're ready for a seat. In-game and IRL. Would DPS specs make it easy? Yeah, Warlocks, DKs, anybody tanky. Anybody tanky. Shadowman healing is very good. Yeah, look at this. Is that overall? Yeah, Shadowman healing's very good. How does Shadowman work? It just is, it's like a Surge Proclarager where it just buffs up your flash heal. You don't need like a separate keybind or anything like that. Yeah. You still use a lot of defensive penance. 14% of my healing. You still use a lot. It's not instant like a Surge proc. No. But if you have a Surge proc and a Shadowman proc, then it is instant. Yep. I hate having to invest 2 points in this. This is so rough. When you play as Oracle, you defensive penance. Yeah, it's weird, man. When you have like big damage going out, you defensive penance. But then I offensive penance during like downtime to spread around my dots so I can get some more dot value for Shadowmend. Yeah, because I kept nerfing the damage of your penance, your offensive penance. So this is kind of just the way you do it now. It's kind of just the way you do it now. Probably Priest is my main at midnight. Whatever's going to be better. But we'll see. Because, I mean, we're also required to have an alt for split runs. And I think it's going to be Paladin. And then I think we have an optional third if we wanted to. Which I'll probably do. You know, knowing me, right? So, like, we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to have a Prez Day on, like, Monday or Tuesday coming up. We will do a designated Prez Day, but not today. Today we're going to do probably one more Priest run, and then maybe a Pally run after that. Something like that. It's a Priest and Paladin day. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I wish we didn't have to cast so much defensive penance. They just kept nerfing our spec, dude. It sucks, man. They kept nerfing the Searing Light. This talent was really, really good for a while, you know. Prez can, like, do the healing. It just requires so much more work, so much more effort than I feel like a lot of other healers do. And I think that's a lot of the problem with it. Yep.
Something foul is stalking these grounds, heroes. Hunt it down
I'll be working on a trinket video soon, next week. So yeah, it's like a level 90 thing, Acid. There's a lot of there's been a lot of changes to talents and tuning and everything, and a lot of different builds that have been going around. So like, we haven't really been messing around with like pre-patch talents on Wowhead or Icy Veins. So trinkets using Void Suffuser and Gaze of the Alm Seer. It probably will be a Druid M+ season, yeah. So we'll see. Like, I don't know if we're gonna have another turbo boost. Wowhead had an article that like it might happen. And if that's the case, I don't know, I might just like spend the time before turbo boost gearing every single healer up. And then after turbo boost, actually push keys on like whatever's fought them at that time. But I don't know, we'll see. I'm probably gonna spend just a ton of time playing like every single healer. I mean, I think it's kind of at the point now where they should be buffing specs up to Druid's level. I don't know how many more nerfs that they need. So, I hope there's not a turbo boost, bro. I really hope not. Druid still plays Wildstalker. I mean, you can play Keeper, right? You don't have to go into cat form when you play Wildstalker. Just a common misconception. There's nothing that requires you to go into cat form to heal as Wildstalker. Turbo boost is basically, you see this upgrade track for your gear? You see how it says 6 out of 6? The turbo boost will increase your upgrade track. So you can have, instead of 6 upgrade tracks, you can have like 8 or 9. So you can go a couple more levels further with your gear pieces. But it's really annoying because it's like another like progress bar to fill midway through a season. I think a dinar, like 1 to 3 dinars, I'm fine with, I like. But I really dislike having to like refarm crests and get your gear up, you know? Hey Tell, how you doing? That's what I dislike. So I hope that they don't, like they could do a dinar system or whatever, fine, great. I'm not hating on that, but I am hating on the additional upgrade tracks. Yeah. That's what I don't like. Yeah, I think HPal is like A tier, you know. After the nerfs and stuff. You care more about your mana for sure. You definitely care more about your mana now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Add-on is Dander's Frames.
5, 4,
Dander's Frames.
3, 2, 1.
I messed up not holding off on the Shadowmans. Thankfully, we got Bloodlust. Of course. Oh, Shadowman was there. Whoa, that was sick. That was really sick. All right, we gotta get a marker on that one. I gotta use that in the video. We gotta use that for a video, bro. Yo, Capsaicino, thanks so much for the new sub, dude. That was insane. Shadowmans, big Shadowmans, big Shadowmans. Ah. It's okay. Alright, we're chilling. We're chilling. Shadowman. On execute. Actions are in the top right. So I'm just using my void shields all on cooldown, but I'm not spamming powered shield unless I have a void shield proc. I'm using cell raid, or no, I'm using Dander's frames, and I'm using unhalted unit frames. If you want to see every add-on I'm using, you can find them all in the Waggo profile. Yep, has a whole list. So, yeah, I was enjoying Fellowship. New healer is insane. I had so many times where like I had a melee who was just like sitting in fire like over and over and over again, and I just kept clearing his stagger like on repeat, and nothing could kill him. He was having the time of his life, I'm sure. Yeah. Game much different without weak auras? I don't think so. Nah. I don't think so. Yeah, I think they should bring back heal for Holy Priest Furnace. After this dungeon, we're gonna do some Paladino. I think it's probably like Druid, then Paladin. Maybe like Monk or Holy Priest for an M+ list. Yeah, I think having Circle of Heal would be nice. It seems like this tier, they want to commit to Ultimate Serenity and make an Ultimate Serenity really, really good. But I wouldn't be shocked if like a follow-up tier or something like Season 2, they're going to bring back some value for Sanctify. Because it seems like they want you to run Ultimate Serenity in raids and in keys now. I think Holy Priest is a lot of fun, but there's not a lot of buttons that go into it. There's a lot of like mana management and target selection. So, all the tier set bonuses are kind of boring. What's the disc one? It's like longer atonements, right? Flash Shield, Shadowman, Empowered Radiance, healing increased. Atonements applied by Flash Shield and Radiance last longer. Yeah, disc has one where, or sorry, Holy has one where your Divine Image is like stronger. Yeah.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their efforts.
gonna have some juicy spot healing. Big Shadowman. And big Shadowman. Big Shadowman. Big hits. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, if you get the crit Shadowmans, ooh, you're sitting pretty. You're sitting pretty. I think keys are maxed at around like 20s right now. They maybe go up like one more level or something like that with some more experience.
We will not be pushed out. Bring in more forces from the void to deal with these intruders.
I feel like Holy is probably in a stronger position for keys right now. And even though it has like a more simple playstyle, you also just have to like manage your mana really well. Otherwise, you and die. Just an interesting sort of skill gap that it has. Exclamation mark playlist. Oh, look at this. He just clears out the absorb instantly. That's so insane. That's so insane. I think this is part of like the indie playlists that I have. You can always exclamation mark song, history, or playlist is all the music. So Oracle H Priest is kind of weak. There's not enough of the H Priest or the Oracle tree itself that really like gives you a lot of strength. They nerfed Prayer of Mending like December or something along those lines. And that kind of brought the spec down pretty hard. The sub-spec down pretty hard. I ran it in an 18 the other day, so it's, you know, you could run it, right? If you could definitely run it in most dungeons before 18 and be fine. But I ran it in an 18 and I started going faster than Archon did because all I could do was just mash flash heals to try to get through my problems. And it was not fun. So I don't really need to like set a focus or anything like that. I mean, I could set it right here and it'll be right up there, but it's not like I'm kicking anything. I don't have to worry about that. If anything, I'd probably just set up like a mouse over macro for Shadow or Death to like snipe Shadow or Death when I can. That's about it. So. And a big Shadowman. The Oracle Palm is a lot weaker than that tier set from Mana Forge Omega. Yo, hey Ben, Ark, what's going on, man? But yeah, you would think odd that it would like getting added into the hero tree would actually be really good, but just doesn't really do enough. I'm chilling, man. I'm ready for Thursday. I think I'm just gonna paint up myself. Oh, nice.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Tunes on my level, and I'll level every healer. Yeah. I'll level every healer. I don't know why we would pull this with the boss. Oof. Key timer is called M+ timer. Adequate, yeah, getting there. Getting there. I just used PI drama, see? It's on CD. We're so close to execute range. Oh, 17 seconds. I almost have it. Almost have it. And now we're in execute anyway. Nah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. I have pets every 10 seconds, and I'm gonna get all my mana back from them. It's actually chill. Just annoying. Oof. I think you're gonna see HPal in the race road first, yeah. Yeah, when you defensive Bennett's, you do still torment. You do still torment. Oof. Rip. I feel like I need to have a lot of things go right. We got a Dangerous Frame video out on Monday. I already have a Holy Priest and Mistweaver video out. And then after today, I'm going to make a just Priest and Holy Pally video based on our testing today and yesterday. Lots of plans. I think after that, I think we start our official launch tier lists. Yeah. I did Voidweaver again today. And I did a 17 Windrunner Adam. And I was struggling on that dragon boss. Nobody died on it, but you're moving the entire time as you're healing that intermission, and that was insane. It was insane. Yeah. Rolf, thanks so much for the new sub, dude. He's dead. Yep. I saw that orb hit, and I was like, yep. That dot's just gonna hit way too hard. Yeah, and they even had a patch where they buffed Brewmaster's damage like a couple weeks ago too. Yeah, Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, but Voidweaver does damage," and like that's probably like the least important thing about healing next season in Keys. Yeah. That's some nice pain sub value. Yeah, I think you're just gonna go play Oracle, cast lots of defensive penance, hope for the best when it comes to procs of Shadowmans. Yeah. Now we got some good duration. Let's see. Good time to learn how to heal? I think so, yeah. I think so. I got some very fortunate Shadowman timings on that one. Oh man, I got so many videos about healing in Midnight, man. Check out one of them. If you're looking to heal, I got all kinds of stuff. There's not enough of like a back to the Herman Miller that I have, Neb. It like, because I'm taller, I have a longer torso. It wouldn't even come up to like my shoulder, and it was like not as comfortable. This one I can actually like lean back into as well. I felt like I could only sit in the Herman Miller when I'm like sitting up straight and like locked in, you know? So, yeah. I'm sure if I had like the one with the higher back, I'd probably be more comfy with it and stuff. But also there's times where like I sit up straight and then I'm like locked in, and there's a time that I kind of like lean back in between keys or in between pulls or something like that, and I think that's more comfortable for me. Especially when I want to like lean back and read chat, because I'm like going from like the screen I'm looking at to like another one. So
such musings can wait though.
Yeah.
This entity must die.
Here's logs and stuff like that if you guys want to see anything. Somehow, we got there. And someone else... Wait, did somebody else miss? Somebody else missed. That's tragic. Unless it was me. I don't think I did. I know, dude. I'm like moving slow as hell, and nobody was coming to save me. Big damn, big damn. So true, Robert. Ooh, we live. We live. Now we enter execute. I think HPal is still good. I think your mana is going to be more of a concern than it was before, and that's going to be not great. You're going to have to like cast a lot more. You're not going to generate as much holy power because you're not going to be using your infusion procs on like Judgment, for example. But like, you're still going to be a lot better than others. So.
How did a being of the light become a creature of shadow?
Yeah.
The void is a force of change, of transformation. Shadows are fluid, ever shifting.
Not sure I understand the haste. Think smite may suffer with diminishing returns. It's not about the smite. It's your penance is a hasted cooldown. Yeah. I played it at the beginning of the Stream Fighter if you wanted to see the Voidweaver content. It was not great. And all the moments where you have to be moving, like in this dungeon and a lot of other ones, it was very much not great. Very much not great. So, yeah, I got some, I'll post the logs again and everything. But we tried and it was a little rough. Let's see. It's like, where's this at here? Overall, about 83, 84k. Shadowmans are still averaging almost 200k a hit. It's just that they're not consistent at all with when you're actually going to get a Shadowman proc. I think Aug will be good. Yeah. I think Aug will be good. But I play without seeing the buttons. It just, it gets easier the more that you do it. Because it like stops you from like looking down at your action bar to look at like what your keybinds are. You just gotta practice. It's like taking the training wheels off, you know? So I use Dander's frames, which also has built-in stuff. Streaming at Shaman this week. I will be streaming it maybe like a Tuesday or Wednesday angle. Something like that. Yeah. I know I need to do like a dedicated Shaman day and a dedicated Prez day. Yeah. I don't know about this song. I don't know about that song. Yeah, Click still exists. I just have it baked into I just have it already baked into Dander's frames. Let's see. Nope. I'm % Shadow Fiend from Shadow where death does not go off every time. 83 cast, only 57 Shadow Fiends. Bugged. Makes sense. Who's dedicated our Druid day? Does it need it? I'll probably have a whole day dedicated to Prez, but we'll probably mix in like all the other healers throughout the last week of beta. I assume it'll be the last week of beta. I don't know. Maybe they'll keep it up longer. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna put Priest for raid. I think Holy Priest is like a dark horse. I think there's an outside chance that you could see it in like high-end rating. The mana is just the problem. If you could get it around the mana being awful, you could run Holy Priest. Disc, I think, is gonna be, you know, abandoned on the wayside. World first have any Augs? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, you should be fine, Rye. You should be fine, man. One thing I'm most excited about with Midnight. Healing. Just in general. There's just way less, like, fuck you burst in the game. Yeah, there's a lot less. Like, you'll see it obviously in like super high keys because you're in infinitely scaling content, of course. But when it comes to like the regular keys, when it comes to raid healing, I think the encounter designers finally kind of got the message that the healers have been sending for a long time, and they were like, "Oh, maybe we should actually add more rot damage. Maybe that's what people would like." So, let me go to Paladin. President Plus is still just like a ton of work. Still a ton of work, ton of effort to set up your healing. All right, here's our Pally build. Here's the Pally build we got. Marsh will be dedicated to Druid. You're not wrong, Sonic. You're not wrong. Let me also set up combat log. There we go. I think Disc is like probably B tier and M plus. I think Druid probably stands alone in S tier. Probably like a Pally, Mistweaver, Holy Priest in A tier. Probably like Disc, Shaman, Prez in B tier, something like that. I don't think you're running AC Lightsmith. Yeah, I don't think so. HPal better than Monk in keys? Yes. Little bit. Not like a massive margin. Yep. Yeah, in the Waggo pack poke, just set it to the expert mode or whatever it is, like the expert installer, and then you can kind of pick and choose what specifically you install. Yep. I mean, they nerfed this priest every week in January, unfortunately. Every week in January. That's mine. That's our pizza ad, Neb. Yeah. Click on it, receive pizza. Yeah. Yeah. It usually just pops up for a bit and then it disappears again. Are Druid good for raids? Yeah, I think it's very good for raids. I think it's very good for raids. Pit. What's Mistweaver's niche in raid? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question. I think if you're raiding heroic, you don't have to worry about any healer niches. You don't even need to worry about like running a specific healer for super high value until you're in like, I think, top 50 world. Not even like Hall of Fame. Yeah. All right, quick bio and I'll be right back, guys. 1 sec. Holy crap. Yo, Dreamstream, thank you for the 5 gifted and thank you for the Prime, man. I'm back. Not only with the 5 gifted, but gifting out 5 tier 2 gifteds to Cougar Raven, Mo to Cosmic Truth, Constera, Nice, and Chicken Louie. Thank you so much. Holy crap, give him some love, guys. I mean, there's no better time to drop some gifted than when streamers AFK. Absolutely. Catch them unawares. Yeah, it replaces your Avenging Crusader button, Pete. I think you're playing a Herald setup there. Yeah. I think you're playing a Herald setup. Ah, dude. Thank you again, Dream. Yo, Pete. Thanks so much for the new sub as well, dude. Thank you, man. Share your talent? Say please. Say please right now. Replace the button itself? Yeah. You could like set up a separate keybind for it, but then you gotta make sure you don't actually spam it. How about no? Alright, same answer to you. Meaty, thank you for the Prime and the 2 months. Yep. Play this game as long as you like. Dance, streamer,
5,
dance.
4,
Oh, Veska said please.
3,
Okay, I can do it for Veska.
2, 1.
How about them apples? I know I got green apples, man.
3, 2.
Kind of tough to see, but I got green apples. Oh, instead of showing you, I'll let you hear them. There you go.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
Oops. Where's the caramel to go with it? You can eat fruit without candy. Yeah, you can eat some fruit without candy. In fact, I would recommend it. Christian, thanks so much for the Prime, bro. I like caramel. I do. Oh, you don't like it? Well, you have bad taste. We're playing Priest, Heal, Renew, Binding Heal, Shining Force, Powered Shield, Symbol of Hope, Lay Well, Divine Word, they nerf, and whatever they nerf bet into the ground for a console money grab. Yeah. WoW's not coming to console. The consoles are coming to WoW. Veska, thank you for the Prime. Oh my gosh. The manners and the Prime. W, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Well mannered. Dropping Prime subs. Love it. Love it. Actually, I kind of want to go back to Prism. I kind of want to go back to running Prism. I'm not gonna lie. I do think that Prism is quite good. Yeah. I kind of think Prism's great. Like, what they're gonna do with the new Xbox console is literally just make it a computer. Because people have been, like, not buying Xboxes forever. All the, like, Microsoft financial reports have been, like, you know, Xbox hardware or whatever has been, like, getting worse and worse and worse. So I imported this from Clarius, and he had it on, but I think that I am gonna try to go and run Prism. Because I think that having the direct healing is gonna be more powerful. More impactful. Yeah. Oh, I think that's all actually BS about the whole like rent consoles because of the AI type stuff. I don't know if it's gonna be true or not. Like I could be totally wrong, but I really don't believe that like the marketplace isn't gonna fill in with more people wanting to create hardware that could be used for AI or for video games. That seems like shenanigans. Yeah, like there's a RAM shortage, but also there was like what, 2 trillion in AI investment last year. And people who think that's going to continue, I don't know, man. I don't know. Where's that money going to come from? Because they've already been spending an enormous amount. I'm not resing that. Good luck, buckaroo. Good luck. I gotta get better. I mean, I think it'll get worse before it gets better for sure. But I'm saying it's not gonna be like infinite, gonna be forever. Forecast RAM to come back down to mid 27. Yeah. And exactly, Utef, my man. This guy reads. There's a lot of circular funding going on for the AI stuff. Also, does anybody know? I learned this yesterday. Does anybody know a major, massive trillion-dollar company that is actually not spending a lot of money on AI? Like very, very little CapEx coming in? I learned it and it surprised me, but then it didn't surprise me. Nintendo. It's Apple. Yeah, it's Apple. It's Apple. They're like not really spending anything. Yeah. I was like, that makes a lot of sense actually. Yeah. They're kind of chilling on the sidelines. Yeah. Hey, I will try to agree with you unless it's blatantly false. Yeah. You know, it wants to please user. Wants to please the user. Yeah, I feel like any of the AI stuff, you gotta have like decent prompting and keep trying it, you know? So. Recent episode of the Seventh Kingdom. Like a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? Yeah, dude, that show owns, man. That is like ultimate tall people show. That is my like representation in media. It is guy hitting his head on the walls. It's, you know, what was it? Talking about like short people wanting to fight him all the time and getting pissed at him. It's being hungry all the time. This is my TV show. It was made for the tall people. It was definitely made for the tall folks. Yeah, I immediately like texted my brother. I was like, dude, you gotta watch the show. First like 2 or 3 episodes are just like dude and his little brother hanging out, watching lots of violence and eating a lot. Just hanging out, having a great time. Like, what more do you really want? It's actually kind of a shame that they started getting involved in the Westeros politics. I was like, wait, just keep it on two bros go to the tourney and have a great time. Have a splendid time hanging out together. Nah, I'm not running no Empyrean Legacy. You basically use judgment during downtime. Times where you need real healing, you'll use your infusion procs for flash heals. Yeah, it's a great show. It's a great show. So, this hero talent is now better after the Empyrean Legacy nerfs. Yeah. I'll pop up talents when I get a sec. I guess I'm just gonna hit a couple. Be blessed. Have a freedom. Have a bop. Have a holy light. I could really use a freedom right now. Messed up. Alright, let's do some damage. Let's get some mana back. In some ways, it's kind of nice because you can just use your Shield of the Righteous to get your mana back, but it's also not nearly as mana efficient as you used to be. Because your spenders also feel weaker, right? Because you're not getting the free goodies anymore. You're not getting the free Holy Lights, or the free Light of Dawns anymore. It makes your Word of Glory spenders feel weaker as a result. We're blessed maxing. That's right. Hey, Sin. Happy Saturday. Nothing official if I'll do. We'll see. I'm going to level every single healer on launch. Yeah. Where's my mana? There we go. There you go. I did not do my Raider IO recap. I'm gonna have to do that. We'll do that today. I mean, I'm not expecting much because I've been playing mostly beta this season. Well, I'll still do it. What is this? Lightsmith got like more nerfed than Herald because of those nerfs, so I think you're probably just gonna be running Herald. Nah, this is a legacy dungeon for the season coming up. This is a legacy dungeon. It's like Algathar Academy, you know, it's like one of the old dungeons they brought back. Basically, when there's nothing else going on, you can hit your judgment to be able to build up some more holy power. Yeah. Like right here. So there's just like nothing happening. Same here. Not really much going on. I've got a couple collector's editions behind me. I'm not really into figurines, though. I was thinking about getting some kind of Lego thing to put up in my background. So I think what they could do with Pally is just like revert some of the Empyrean Legacy nerf, and I would be super pleased. I don't think you need to do I don't think it needs some kind of like massive change to be back in a good spot. Simply like some tuning changes could make like a really big impact for it, and I'd be pretty happy. Yeah, remind me after this. I'm gonna run Prism because I feel like Prism I can just get the casts off, and I feel like the casts will be more impactful at the same time. So no, I don't think Pally's dethroning Druid anytime soon. If it got some good changes, if it got some like better improvements or something like that, like maybe, but it'd have to get buffed to overtake Druid. Yeah, Virtue's very expensive, both in the amount of casts it takes to utilize it and in mana. Yeah. I'm just gonna bubble this. What am I doing? I don't think Prez gets better for M+ until they like fully rework the spec. Make it easier to set up your healing. Gotta take the double freedom after this, and I gotta take prism after this. So, as for dinner, I don't know. I set out a bunch of chicken and ground beef, and I got some red potatoes. I got like a lot of everything. I got to meal prep either a little bit tonight or tomorrow. I don't think the meat's gonna defrost in time though. But I just like batch pan sear a bunch of chicken, freeze half of it or sometimes like 75% of it, unfreeze it, you know, a couple days in advance, and just toss in the air fryer, reheat, mix it up with a veggie and a starch, and good to go. I want to find some kind of like good lemon pepper seasoning. I've been craving that for some chicken lately. I'm eating apples right now. Yeah. Hey, Sunshine. What's going on, Bambus? Honestly, the more I've been working out, Blackguard, the more I just like crave very salty food. I've been loading it up. Druid's great in raid, Plague. They're fantastic in raids. Yeah, so my workout plan right now, Bryn, is I go to the gym 5 days a week. I do upper, lower, rest, push, legs, pull. And I work out for about like hour and a half, hour-ish for weights. And then I do about 20 minutes of cardio. And what I'll do is I'm gonna die, actually. Oh no, we're fine. It's close though. And then I'll do 20 minutes of cardio. I'll set up the treadmill at the gym to like 12% incline or whatever it is. And I'll set it to like a 3 mile per hour speed and just walk for like 20 minutes. Yeah. And then I go home and I set the treadmill to like 1.2 miles an hour. And then I walk like 2 or 3 miles here. And then I chill. So. Hey, I appreciate it, Leviathan. Dude, you need so much food, man. I'm like eating like 3.5 meals a day. Sometimes like 4 meals a day.
Where's my Mistweaver video?
What are you talking about, Drew? That's my second most recent video. Do you hate me? Do you want everything in my life to be awful and suffer? What's going on, dude? What's going on? You don't have the notifications on every single second that I have a new video come out? I know. I'm too easy to proc. Thanks for the 40 months, man. Acting like I'm not helping the Mistweavers with their propaganda. I got the check from Meg. I understood the orders. I understood the assignment. Yep, your sub's part of the propaganda payment, man. Part of the propaganda payment. Bouldering and running outside. I need to do more bouldering. Because I find that every time I do bouldering, my grip strength just gets like progressively better and better and better. More so than like any weightlifting. And since I got, you know, tall and long ass arms, I feel like my grip strength can actually like give out pretty decently quick. And every single time I do some bouldering, it just gets better. Bezel, thank you for the 73 months. Yeah, it also helps the back too. Yeah. That is true. See, I might start doing that instead of an upper body day. Been thinking about it. Oh, drama. You want to hear about my monster, my insane smoothie in the mornings? I make a super smoothie every morning. It's got like 20 grams of protein from collagen powder. I put in a big scoop of some Optimum Nutrition vanilla, big scoop of Greek yogurt, also vanilla, full banana, cup of frozen berries. It's mixed, like half berries, half mango. 1 full cup of that, some ice, lots of cinnamon, pinch of salt, handful of spinach, and half a cup of oats. Yeah. It is like I'm chewing half the time. I need to get a new smoothie. But I torture myself. It's great. I mean, it tastes good. Tastes good. It's just you know, chewy, basically. I need to get a new blender, you know. Double chocolate Optimum. That would be good. You can't really prep it in advance because then it starts turning green. I mean, I guess you could, but then it gets like a little bit more lumpy. I just do it every morning. I don't know. It takes like 5 minutes maybe. So I like the playstyle of Lightsmith more, but then they nerfed it more with the Empyrean Legacy nerf dino. But yeah, just once you get better at making it, it just gets faster. Oof. Time to run. There you go. Give you that, give you that. We are back in business. You can have that. I hope it does, Ming. I hope, man. Oh yeah, I also do chia seeds in as well, Drum. Yep, chia seeds are great. Yeah. I get that fiber, baby. You finished your 15-year bulk and have lost 60 pounds? Let's go, man. Congrats, dude. Are you also using Danderous Frames wheat? I think maybe it's just a beta thing. I don't know. I'll be honest, I have not been running pre-patch keys at all. You use motivation to work on being healthier? Yeah, you should. It's great. It's a hellish period as you get started with it, but like then you start kind of hitting that point where your body gets used to the movement and like you feel more energized. There's a reason all those health nerds growing up were always like so like passionate about it. You just, I mean, especially, I mean, since you've been around a while, you know, and like in Shadowlands, I was like really overweight and ordering takeout all the time and not eating right, and like energy, motivation, all that kind of stuff goes like way up when you're feeling better. You get more active. I used to have, like, I'm 31, I used to have a decent amount of like aches and pains, especially my arms. in like inside my elbow. Pretty sure I was like starting the carpal tunnel, and it took some time to get it reversed and everything like that. But now it's like none of that kind of stuff. It's so much better. So. Working as free snacks back in 170, which is your heaviest round 2. If you need any motivation, we also do have a like health and workout cooking type channel in our Discord where a lot of people are posting food and workouts and all kinds of stuff. We got you if you need any extra motivation. Got anything from runners to some of the most insane power lifters, actually. It's pretty cool. White coffee, so true. Saw that guy bench press a bus.
Heroes, to me.
Intruders have entered the master's domain.
Plus, you play better when you're healthier. Well.
Heroes, we will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
I feel like a lot of it is. One sec. Once I figured out like how to prep food better and got better at it, my parents never really like taught me how to like cook growing up. That also just like helped an insane amount. So I was like, wow, this doesn't take like an hour anymore. It's like, you know, half an hour, or I might spend an hour prepping a lot of food and then freezing a bunch of it. And as long as I'm just pulling stuff out of the freezer and defrosting it in time or something like that, it's just heating up meals that I've already prepped, you know. Most of the time, honestly, one of my favorite meals right now is straight up ground beef and rice. I fucking love me some ground beef and rice right now. Put on a bunch of different seasonings or some hot sauce on it or something. I'm like, oh, this is my jam. The other day, wrapped up stream, reheated some ground beef, tossed it in some fresh rice, put some cheese on top, kicked back on my couch, started watching some Apex, and watched Hal, who's one of like the big streamers, start raging at his teammates. It was a good day, let me tell you. It was a very good day. That's my reality TV. Yeah. Don't knock it till you try it, John. All right. Back to doing sit-ups, push-ups, squats. Let's go, man. Good shit. It's fine. It's great, okay? You need some better seasoning on your ground beef if you're just saying it's fine, okay? Ground beef stream must be lucrative. Listen, you're never too good for ground beef and rice, okay? You're never too good for ground beef and rice. People always think like healthy food needs to be some fancy stuff. Oh yeah, you get some eggs in there, you know? Get some bonus protein. How you doing, Reet? Gaming, man. How you been? I guess that's true. Ground beef is pretty expensive in some places. I live in Texas, so we have the cows here. Cows didn't have to come home. This is their home. Yeah. Your dog would love that? Yeah. Listen, man. You know food is bad, though, if a dog won't eat it. So if a dog would eat that food, it might mean that it's actually pretty damn good. Just saying. Where you at? Where you at? There you go. I'm in Austin.
Stands for now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we got dungeon videos coming. Hey, Healy. Too early to post them, but I have like 3 out of 7 done. Forgive me, but I'm not going to make an Algothar Academy video. I know we all wanted it, but we're not doing an Alcathar Academy video. Now we're talking about dogs eating poop. Come on, guys. You guys are so... You guys. Dog eating well every time you do a barbecue. We love it, Luminos. We love it. W dog owner.
Damn you, Arthas.
Oh, man.
The Frost Queen is gone. We must keep moving. Our objective.
Yeah, weather is pretty nice. It's been warming up. It is pretty nice. I might go outside after this. We'll see. Dude, a bunch of people jumped in on that coffee. Bunch of people jumped in on it. Yeah, dude, if you're in New York, I heard about the like winter cyclone bomb that they have going out. Stay safe, guys. Good luck. Dug out in a few hours. That's good. Yep. Ground beef like wall chicken? What? What's stronger for a Holy Priest than M+? Archon. Yep. Western Master 3% overall? Yeah. I'm down. Alright, let me take Prism. And this talent. And we'll be chilling. Ding! Thank you for the 2 months, dude. Whew. Oh, probably changes get reverted? Nah. Unfortunately not. Hopefully they will. This playstyle is like fine, but it's not as fun as the other version. And obviously it's not as powerful. Not as powerful. Conspiracy theory that there's something in the snow. The old snow hasn't melted. Yet it was over 30 degrees and rained a lot, so it didn't melt. Isn't like the salt getting in the snow? Or is it some other like chemical? I guess it's not the salt because that helps it, right? Isn't it some other chemical that like stops it from melting as quickly? What up, Ding? Even without the power it has, Blizzard should revert it. Yeah, agreed. I think they should just promote the better gameplay. I think more people enjoyed the gameplay. It also made your spenders feel more powerful because you activated 2 spenders at once, which was also really cool. Oh, does it really? Okay. Well, there it is. Yeah, salt lowers the freezing point. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, Prez Evoker's still really weak. I feel like it's basically just that it's a lot of work. I guess is probably the better way I would put it. Yep. Cooldown timer on the items. I have it with better cooldown manager. So it's like slash BCDM. And then there's a section for items. And then you can add by item ID. So I added the Silver Moon, Healthstone, Silver Moon, Health Pot, Healthstone, and then the damage pot. You could add like a mana pot as well. Yeah. Yeah, isn't it like juice or something like that? That's like apple juice or something weird. I know it's not that, but it's something else. It's supposed to be better for like the earth and also for dealing with the snow and the ice. It's something like that. Yeah, you bet. And then you can anchor it to something. So I anchored mine to my player frame. So if I move my player frame, it would move along with it. There's also shouldn't there be the racial here too? Oh yeah, it's items and spells. Yeah, okay, so I have Shadow Meld there, right? But I don't have the dwarf one. Let's be on our way. There we go. I was wondering. There we go. I have no idea about DPS Borkar. I don't know. I'm just healing. I'm just a simple healer. Oh, that's right. It's like beet or pickle juice. Yeah. USA versus Canada for the gold medal in hockey. Ooh, let's go. Is that 8 a.m. Eastern? Oof. Have some respect for America, man. I'm trying to sleep in tomorrow. $5 a.m. Pacific. Yep. Let's see. Olympic hockey schedule. Oh, Slovakia and Finland are playing for bronze right now. Wait, so the US beat Canada for the women's hockey already. I saw that. And so now it's going to be a US-Canada rematch. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yeah, dude. Women's hockey was crushing it. I saw the highlights. They were crushing it. JK, I don't care. It's hockey. It's Olympic hockey, okay? This is where you got to get on the bandwagon, all right? It's about middle of the pack difficulty, Heisenberg. I think you can. I believe in you. I believe in you. We'll have guides. We'll have guides. What a bro coop. Yeah. I forget how long hockey games last. It's like 2 hours? I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up in time. We'll see. Dude, America beat Slovakia 6-2. Holy. Beat Sweden 2-1. We like beat the crap out of Latvia or something like that. We beat Germany 5-1. Oof. Dude, Canada beat France 10-2. Some of these scores are insane, man. True, I saw Canada cheated at curling, man. It's messed up. That's messed up. Yeah, it's, let me see. Olympic medal count. Norway's still in the lead, right? Oh, dude, America's been catching up. I don't think we're going to beat you guys, but we got 11 golds. That's pretty sick. We had like 6 or something like that last time I checked. Yeah. Yep. A lot of Swedes are in the Canada Reddit and posting memes about it. That's great. That's fucking great, dude. Yeah, man, if you got caught cheating at the Olympics, you deserve like all the shame, man. You deserve like all the shame. Yeah, Heisen, Monk's a lot of fun now. Monk's a lot of fun now. Six doorways, 18 golds came from one dude. Hey, America's done that too. That's pretty sick. Was it the like cross-country skiing triathlon kind of stuff? Was he the guy that was like sprinting up a hill in skis? Yeah, that guy is insane. That guy is insane. What a genetic specimen, man. That stuff's straight up absurd. Yeah, literally well deserved. Yep. I saw this video of this guy's running like the equivalent of like a 6.5 or 7 minute mile uphill in skis. I was like, holy shit. Check for asthma medicine. Yep. I mean, I remember growing up and like Phelps won, you know, 6 or 8 medals or whatever it was in the summer games and everything. Got drug tested like every single day after every single event and everything. It's insane. Yep. Sport for people not good at tennis until you get to the semi-pro levels. Somehow every single Norwegian country skier happens to have asthma and just so happens to need the performance-enhancing asthma medicine. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I'm literally just like watching highlights of it. Yeah. Has a flash of light bot. Not that much flash. Decent amount though. It's kind of a decent mix of like, it's like a decent amount of your spenders, you know, with Eternal Flame and Holy Shock feeling like weaker, supplementing with Holy Light and Flash when you can. Yeah, you're not even hitting Light at Dawn. You didn't hit Light at Dawn before, but you just had Imperial Legacy giving you freebies. Yep. Yep. My Discord said you never hit Judgment. Well, I'm not really like hitting Judgment so much for like the healing side, but I'm basically just hitting Judgment when there's like downtime and there's nothing else going on. So like, you're not really going to use Judgment with Infusion for healing if healing is required. I like better cooldown manager Grosicki because they have a setting in items and spells where you can have your racials and your pots and health stones and stuff like that, and then you can kind of anchor them to a specific position and you can kind of organize it better. I like that. There's also a secondary power bar, which I might just do instead of Sensei class resource bar. I kind of need to do that at some point. But yeah, BCDM just has like a couple extra features compared to cooldown manager centered. That's the downside is like, yeah, you got to use the positionals in better cooldown manager instead of using the edit mode, you know? The Light of Dawn healing went from like 8 to 10% of your overall healing scrim to like 2 to 3%. So, something like that. Yeah, logs are right here for you. Yep. I think I'm still logging.
4.
Yep, I've been logging.
2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think Holy Prism is better than Divine Toll, yeah. Highest overall damage as a healer? I don't know, maybe Voidweaver disc, but I think that healer damage is like the least important thing. For DPS specs, I don't know. I think like Warlock or something? Yep. I'm just bubbling that. Not even worrying about it. Yep. What's up with the silences? Druid now only has Typhoon, but tanks get mad when I do it. I guess I have to do wild charges and interrupts. Is it expected for Druids midnight high keys to do these to help silence mobs? You have disorienting roar. I think that's usually a better angle to go for when you're trying to like interrupt mobs, since it's not going to move them around. You could definitely Typhoon, but you want to make sure that when you're pushing them, that you're pushing them into a position that's not going to take them out of any like ground effects. You know, a Blood Decay has Death and Decay, which is very important for them to, I think they still stand in. If they don't, you know, they still obviously want to have their mobs in it. So pushing it out of that effect, you know, will definitely make a tank angry. That was a tough combo for our boy. So yeah, that or make sure, of course, you're putting out your Vortex. True. Ow. Eternal Flame or a Flash cast? If it's buffed by Infusion, Flash. Without, I think still Flash. Check the log, hello. Got logs pinned up at the top of chat. Nah, I don't think you light it dawn. I don't think you light it dawn. Maybe in some like pithy rot damage that's not really doing anything. Eh. Silences refer to when you stop an enemy's cast and then you stop them from casting for a while. Disorienting Roar is more just like a, well, it's a disorient. It's a quick interrupt, basically. Yeah, there's all kinds of different forms of crowd control. TBS overall, sure. That was a well-timed crit. Yeah, I'm running like all the Holy Shock CDR talents. Got everything. Yeah. I don't think Windwalker. I really just haven't seen any. I don't think it's doing well. You want Renew back? Really? You got Plea. Basically the same thing. Basically. I think you definitely take Shadowman with the adjustments and Noctuous. Yeah, it's a random proc, but it's a very powerful proc. Yeah. Holy Priest still as good as it is in pre-patch and midnight? Yeah. Downside for Holy Priest is mana. Mana is the chief concern next expansion. Does insane healing, but you gotta be able to maintain your mana. You do that, you're in good shape. Yeah, it slaps, Griffin. Gotta get that Oblivion legendary, man. You did? Nice. I think HPal is like A tier after the nerfs. I can't. Oh man. Magic Man is having a rough day. Yep. He's having a rough day. I don't think the gameplay is as fun as that like Lightsmith build I was playing before. But it still feels like powerful. Just not as much as it was before. Yeah, definitely when you have to like burn lots of mana and you have to just slam healing and everything like that. You gotta lean on the Holy Light button. I hope this gets buffs. I hope. RCR gameplay changed a lot? Nope. Just hit Riptide, hit Healing Wave. Hit your Healing Stream Totem. No Cloud Burst, you know? Otherwise, about it. About it. Pit, I gained more mana in Shield of the Righteous than Reclamation. Yeah, because when you have like downtime, you can do quite a lot of damage, and as a result, gain a lot of mana back. That's like one of the biggest strengths I feel like of the spec is like you can burn your mana bar down really hard. You can burn your mana bar down really hard when you cast the Holy Lights, and then you can actually get them back up. You get your mana back really easily with Shield of the Righteous. I'm gonna be redoing the tier list after this dungeon. Kind of like a slower divine play, yeah. Everybody loves tier lists. I'm not playing pre-patch and stuff, but I've done all the midnight content. I've like played all the midnight dungeons with all the healers. Druid's still busted. Still by far the best healer. Shaman, I feel like, is way too cooldown dependent. Like, they rely on Ascendance, like, way too much. If you actually had a reason to cast your Healing Rain as Farseer, if you actually had a reason to cast your, you actually had a reason to use Chain Heal, that would be pretty nice. The whole point of all this pruning was to make it so that... The whole point of all the pruning was to, like, make it so that your spells that are remaining are feeling really impactful and strong. And I guess they kind of, like, missed the memo there on the Shaman side. So you still have multiple abilities which do not feel impactful, you know? I think you would use, like, Light of Dawn in raids for just more HPS on, like, even damage, but you would want to use more... You'd want to use, like, more Word of Glory for, like, spot healing moments. I think Voidweaver is just not good enough. Just doesn't do enough healing. Oracle's just janky. Oracle is just janky now because you're like always using Penance defensively for healing. Unless, you know, nothing's happening. And then you're also playing Shadowman. And so you have like two different ways to do like really good spot healing. Yeah. Current skill ceiling of M+, I think it's really challenging. I think it's challenging for like the right reasons. Challenge you in interesting ways, I guess. I don't know. There's like two camps of players that I've seen. There's the camp that's like, wow, this game is going to be like way too easy for people. LOL, console, blah, blah, blah. And then there's like DPS players who are like, bro, why are my healers not healing me? I've talked to so many people who have been playing beta, not with me, clearly, surely, hopefully not. They're like, man, the healers are just like not healing me enough. So I don't know if it's like people just doing damage in their downtime, or you know they're still like learning as to like. It's entirely possible they just got onto beta and it's like their first time doing a key there and don't know all the changes or anything like that. But there's plenty to heal. There is plenty to heal. Yeah, that build's not a thing anymore, Choco. I hope they bring it back, but they killed it. They put it down. My right click is Holy Light, left click is Flash, control right click is Holy Shock, mouse button 4 is Prism, stuff like that. So, you can do that or you can do mouse overs. It's not a big deal which one you choose. I don't think you're going to see Prez in like the M+ meta unless they like rework how it heals. I mean, everything is viable to, you know, 15s or so. So, it's more of a question as to what's going to be the most competitive. The damage is more consistent. There's a lot more, like, rot damage going out. There's a lot more, like, this mob will always deal this type of damage. Watch out for it. Things like that. I have a video that's like dedicated to the different types of damage patterns you see in the dungeons, but I think it's going to be less bursty than we've experienced in like War Within or Dragonflight. I think the healing situation is going to be like a lot better. There'll be a lot to heal, but it'll be less spiky, less punishing, I think, for those early levels. Should be good. I'm actually very excited about healing. And it would be even better if the playstyles I really enjoyed weren't nerfed. Like Disc Priest and Holy Paladin. You know, it's like once you know like a fun play style that you really enjoy, you don't want that to be made worse, right? No assumptions about the future. I don't know what's gonna happen. No idea.
Hope you having a great day, sir.
Very good day, Kyle. Thank you for the 13 months, my dude. So glad there's not orbs coming out of the boss at this time, too. There we go. We're catching back up. Catching back up. I liked it when you could play like Searing Light, which buffed up your penance damage, and it made it have like a damage over time effect attached to it. I really enjoyed that. I like it when like penance and smite feel really powerful to cast. I will have a Dander's Frame guide on Monday. On Monday. Probably gonna be Man and Priest. Looks that way. I think Pally's like A tier now, Heart. Yeah. I think you would probably have Druid in a field of its own now. I'll whip up a little tier list after this run. I wanted to test Disc and Holy Pally a lot, just to be able to like better base my assumptions, you know? Thank you, Glorious. Yeah, there's a lot of moments, and this is probably one of the biggest lessons to learn with healing is like when do you need to use your cooldowns, but also when do you need to like play more efficiently? Because near the end of that fight, like everybody was still not topped off, and I left them that way and held onto my wings because we were gonna do this pull, and I wanted to make sure I had wings for this pull. So like being able to take your time on those things can always matter a lot. Or just making sure you kind of keep everybody healthy. And save a cooldown for the next pull. Think about what you're going to be doing to look ahead. Because this next pull is going to be nasty when you have a lot of these debuffs going out. And the mage is doing a good job of making sure he cleanses these. So I'm just going to Divine Toll into my wings. Or, well, I'm going to Aura Mastery, which activates the Divine Toll. Which would be nice because then he can start clearing those things out. We got DR. There's a couple left. And I'm going to stun that guy. Probably feeling stressful at this level. Yeah, I mean, you got to balance your mana. I could be really aggressive with Holy Light cast if I wanted to be, but then you're going to start running a little bit faster. So it's a bit of a game of like, how easily can you get away with casting lots of holy lights and when? So if we don't get any purges here, we're going to have a lot of AoE damage going out. So like my finger is on the trigger of wings, so that way once the dispels get started, I can instantly start dropping some quicker heals. We hit one dispel, but that also means we're very likely to have like 3 go off at once. Oh, we got a clear. Nice. And we get a double clear. So that's good. And I can use Prism here. Prism also just feels like it does more healing than Divine Toll. I don't know if that's true or not. I think it's updated scoping. Not sure. Yeah. I think we're at the point now where I want them to buff other classes to Druid's level. Yeah. I think Druid's around like a level that if every healer was at, it would feel really satisfying for healing, you know? If you're trying to push like super high keys hockey, Druid's the best option. Yeah. Because Paladin was pretty close, you know, to that Druid level. I think you could make an argument that they were like equal or close to equal before. I'm just gonna bubble this. Rip a little bubble sack. This damage is nuts. There we go. There we go. Ow. There we go. Let's rip a prism. This fight has like damage every 6 seconds. So you have a lot of time to top everybody off between hits. Since I don't have healing cooldowns, we're gonna cast the Holy Light button. And then we're gonna hit the Aura Mastery button, which will also feed me a lot of holy power. I'm holding on. I know we looked low and it's like, oh, scary. We're about to get out of this phase. I guess I could have ripped wings in that one. It would have been fine, but it's good stress testing. I think the Pally Apex talent's fine. I like the idea of it more for the 10% bonus healing you get to your target, but it also jumps around like really, really fast, which can be a pain. %. Yeah, I'm running Hand of Divinity. I don't think it's like obscene, but it's a very, 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 very nice convenience tool. When Imperial Legacy was still good, I did not run it. But now that they nerfed Imperial Legacy, I feel like you can run it now. Yeah, Prism just cranks. Pally's good, but not the S tier it was before. Oh no. Did he die? Like surely he just dies here, right? He just dies. Nice. Wait, oh, that's perfect. Wait, that's perfect. That's OP. Wait, that was the best possible outcome. Look at this. We got sent back, and now we have 99.84% of trash. This is OP. OP strat. Let's go. Look at that. That's exactly what we needed. That was the perfect strat. We got an MDI strat right here. That's right. Take notes, Echo. Look at that. Look at that. That's a cook. That's a cook. All right, you get your little bit of extra trash percentage, you know? No biggie. No biggie. Just like we drew it up, guys, okay? Just like we drew it up. Knew exactly what we were doing. Exactly what we're doing. Yeah. Love it. Love it. Oh. I think that Voidweaver does the most healer damage, but it also does not have very good healing. It also does not have very good healing. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it looks like Brew would be the most played tank right now. Yep. Yep. Hit a Paragon and Fellowship with the Heller Gems. They help. If you click on like your character page, there's a gem page at the bottom. And as you put in more gems of a certain color, it levels you up higher and higher. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. So the whole gist of it is you basically want to... I think you want to optimize for Spirit with Aeona. I'm not 100% sure. But you basically want to like keep on stacking the same gem, and then you can use like the Aethers to re-roll your gems into other gems and level up the gems as well. It's kind of like your end game, more or less. Like, you remember back in Legion, you would just keep on optimizing for like more avoidance sets and things like that. That's kind of how it goes. Like, you don't really have to worry about gems until like Eternal. And healers, I mean, in general in that game, you don't have to worry as much. It's just like just heal the people, you know. Alkahelic, thank you for the 20 months. Yeah, where is our log? I wanted to look at it real quick. I guess it is Mordaza, isn't it? Yeah. Mordaza. Yeah, you'll see, if you look at like a gear piece, it'll be at the bottom right. It will be if there is a socket for them. You usually get them like later on. So it's like an eternal thing. So I would just hold on to them for now. Yeah, I'll have dungeon videos. I'll have dungeon walkthroughs and stuff like that before the season starts. How you doing, Helic? But yeah, you may not have any. Like when you get a legendary or something like that, Telly, you'll have like a gem in there. Yeah. But it's usually like just late game stuff. What happens is like you go to Eternal and then you kind of spam low level Eternals to get a bunch of socketed gear, set bonuses, bis gear, and then you kind of start pushing from there. That's kind of like the gear grind that they have for you there. And it matters a lot for DPS, but like I said, with Aeona especially, I feel like you could just kind of get away with a lot. You might even just be able to like rip solo queues for a while. Try to level up, you know? Yeah, there's going to be like a whole meta around it. So what I would do is just hold on to all your gems, Hold on to all your Aethers. Just chill. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about it for now. All right, so flashes are hitting for 142k on average. That was in the Vordaza fight. Bosses and trash. 115k on average there. 217k out of the Holy Lights there. Pretty good. Yeah, I feel like Prism was a better option. I feel like Prism actually felt really impactful. Average hit is like 60k on somebody's health bar. And I feel like the Holy Shock hits are 9k lower, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. It also feels like Holy Prism does like a ton of direct output. If you hit it directly into somebody. I wish it would differentiate between the AoE and the single target. Maybe this is it. Yeah, the average regular hit is going for 130k there. Looks like. Odds think of the 35 months. Yeah, so it feels like Prism giving you another spot heal single target option, especially a mana efficient single target option, feels really good. Yeah. The maxing Divine Might? Like, how so? Because the thing is, it feels like your spenders just got worse, Flu. If you think about it. Because you're not automatically getting an Empyrean Legacy Light at Dawn every single time you're hitting a spender. So, like, just getting more Holy Power, it doesn't automatically just, like, mean, oh my god, better, you know? At least in my opinion. Stuff outside M+ and Raid on beta, like the Vibe of the Zones. This is actually the first time in a while that I didn't level on beta. I've only seen like a limited amount of like the zones and everything. Yeah, they butchered Empyrean Legacy. Yeah. Yeah. And healer's not playing their Apex? Not anymore. They attached for Priest and for Holy and for Disc. They attached like a damage buff for Disc, and they attached like a healing buff for Holy. So like you have to go take those talents. I think Disc is going to have some scenarios where they don't take the shield reflect because it just doesn't work in some areas. Because there's like environmental damage that's not reflecting into anything. But in general, I think that you're running all the other stuff. That's right, it's brought to the light. So I'm gonna level every healer. Probably have Priest and Pally for raid and for splits, but I think I'm gonna need to bring a third one. So I'm just gonna level everything at launch, and we'll see where we're at from there. We'll see. Yeah, you can't make a new shiny thing and make it suck. I know. The illusion of choice. The illusion of choice. Yeah, I still feel like we're gonna have one more like meta-changing healer patch, but I don't know. Launch is about to hit. You know? So who knows? Yep. So tell me now. We get back. So I don't know. I think tier list. Something like that. What if a monk down there? I guess something like that. Yeah, holy crank ceiling. Holy cranks healing. What did I have last time? What did I have last time? Not rage baiting. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I feel like I could also space it out some more. I could put some healers in C tier for sure. Yeah. I was looking for raid holy. Holy priest cranks in raid. I think so. Hold off on a final answer. I think I had Shaman at A last time, yeah. Surely Holy would be S tier if you had 2 druids innovating you? Yeah, that'd be sick. I feel like Shaman is like too dependent on their ascendance, too dependent on their cooldown to be in like a higher tier. Their sustained healing is just not that good. Disc and Prez the same tier? Yeah, maybe we put Prez even lower. We put him even lower. It's just like I'm playing around and like waiting for like hots, or sorry, waiting for like procs that'll like Shadowman to hit. Still cooldown centric around your Shadow Fiend. I'm like hunting for Shadower deaths. It's kind of a mess. Yeah. How are your mouse over casts set up, Carol? Like, are you using mouse over macros, or are you using like the Dander's Frame spines? Yeah, this is for like M+. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's just too much of a struggle because your penance and smite feel so weak. Like Holy Priest is a worry about its mana a lot, but if you are really like disciplined about how you're utilizing your cooldowns, you can get away with a lot. Just gotta be able to live. Who do I want buffed? Most of them. You know? Most of them. I encountered some ferals 8 and they were really bad. I mean, I kind of want them to buff like most every spec to Druid's level. You know, fix up Empyrean Legacy. You know, maybe don't make it as strong as it was before or something like that. You'll be fine. Holy Priest, better defensives, and which they kind of did. So basically, just bring back heal, let it build up Holy Lightweaver stacks, something like that. Monk needs some kind of better tool for burst healing, and then that kind of covers most of their bases. You know. Yeah, I had Shaman in 8 tier, but I think I could even just drop it down. I think I could kind of just drop it down. It's way too dependent on Ascendance. I think Ascendance just needs to be less powerful, and like you need a reason to cast Chain Heal, because the current Ascendance version does not give you that. You feel so strong in Ascendance. Like you could handle anything during your Ascendance window, and then when it's gone, it's like you're just trying to buy time. Disc, you're like playing around procs, playing around cooldowns. I mean, like people meme on like Prez, but it's like Prez. I mean, maybe you could have the argument to put it in C tier, sure. I think you can cover a lot of damage and a lot of events as Prez, but it's like the single target really gets you in certain dungeons. You know? Yeah, I was playing Disc all today. Disc and Pally all today. Logs are pinned up at the top of chat. And I basically just found that I was just like running out of healing, praying for Shadowmen procs. Even like uppies didn't feel that good. I played Voidweaver and I played Oracle. Voidweaver felt awful because you just needed to be just planted, not moving whatsoever in order to like do decent healing. And like there were multiple moments where the decent healing wasn't enough. This is for M+. This is for M+. Yeah. I mean, Lightspark kind of helps, but it's just not that good, Corient. Compared to your other options, I think Shaman's just too cooldown dependent. Yeah. But is it the fault that there's only one person playing Prez? Because it's never meta and then like nobody ever plays it? You know, isn't that the difference between like what's possible versus like what actually is realistically done? Like, I agree it's bad class design. I agree it's a lot of like extra setup, but when it comes to like the heal checks, you'll see like the 1 or 2 Prez players every season deal with them. I think the worst of it is the fact that they can't do single target well. So, but I'm just thinking of like a performance perspective. I agree it's not friendly to, you know, new players or anything like that, but that's like a different metric we're talking about, you know? I don't know. That's it's just kind of like pulling hairs, splitting hairs. It's totally better than just getting plus. That's what the tier list says. Yeah, it is. It actually cranks. It does big healing. This is a range spec? Yeah, but I don't think it's that good. It's good on burst, but that's literally it. That's like literally it. This viewer does play Chi-Chi. You play like fist weaving Chi-Chi. Yeah. I mean, every healer was doing fine in like 15s and everything like that. It's just more around the time when you're getting like 17s and up. That's where stuff gets like pretty hard. So if you're not trying to be, you know, pushing high keys, play whatever you want. I kind of don't want them to make another healer class because they're still not giving enough attention to Prez and keys. Yeah. Which one's the pug healer? Resto Druid. Yeah, Resto Druid. Yeah. Shaman's like fine, but it's just too much strength and ascendance. You know, I feel like Monk and Holy Priest are better. I feel like the way I would view it is like how would you determine like what would you actually describe each tier? Okay, maybe that'll help. How about this? S tier are the healers that have healer that has few to minimal weaknesses, fits in with meta comps really well, and by bringing, you know, utility or raid buffs or whatever it is to the table. Okay, this is for M+. A tier would be healers that have very powerful output for most situations and most scenarios, but have some kind of weakness that prevents them from being in like a meta group. Paladin got worse for rot healing and has to burn through mana more rapidly. Devo's a decent buff, but it's not like a Mark of the Wild. Holy Priest has really weak survivability, some mana concerns, but it also cranks huge amount of burst output and does fair to medium levels of like single target spot healing, things like that, you know? So Monk cranks really, really high output on rot fights, ticking damage encounters, things along those lines. And has like the weak spot if you're playing a fist weaving playstyle on like burst damage. You could play Caster Weaver for like the burst stuff, but then that hurts your healing on like sustained encounters, and you're also just spending an enormous amount of time just resetting and setting up your hots and everything like that. So it's like, okay, there's different ways that you can heal like really high level content, but you have to work a little bit harder than an S tier healer. So does Holy run into issues just living? 15s and up. Yeah. You're also like smiting for Surge Prox's Holy Priest. Rest of Shaman, super cooldown dependent. Like B tier healers are ones that have like more specific structural issues that kind of prevent them or just make them have a harder time healing high end encounters, right? I don't know if you play a burstier build. I mean, I've seen people play the caster setup, but it just kind of gives up all of your sustained healing, which also feels like it starts burning through a lot of your mana a lot more rapidly. So Yep. I think you're playing Farseer. Last I checked. So it's like B tier healers. I feel like they're the healers that have different problems on like high heal checks in a variety of the dungeons, and might also have problems on like specific things they bring to the group to benefit them. Shaman, I feel like you can do really, really strong healing whenever you have Ascendance. Super, super strong healing whenever you have Ascendance up, but outside of your Ascendance, it feels like you're really weak. Disc, I'm like praying for Shadowman procs to be able to do better single target output. I'm playing between like defensive penance or flash heal Shadowmen, things like that. Uppies is kind of like whatever. And then Prez, there's a lot of times you can like reverse big damage on like bursty scenarios and everything, but your spot heal triage is like awful. Awful. Yeah, new healer is a lot of fun, Fig. Really OP. Pally might have to drink a bit. Holy Priest drink a bit. I felt like your mana was a little bit worse with Monk when you played like a caster setup compared to a fist weaving style. Shaman never runs out of mana. Disc is probably similar to Pally, with like more stressful scenarios, then you start burning your mana bar down. Something like that. So, what do you mean, XCJ? What is it? View better? No sell yet. Yeah, spirit ability like freezes health bars, and then it like calculates the damage and healing of your group. And at the end of the 6 seconds, you slam. If your Ooming is disc, you need to cast less power word shields. Yeah. Immortal, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, XCJ. I don't know what you mean. Can I do a toilet paper tier list, Smurfed? Dude, the double ply, the one with the bears on it. That one's S tier. That one owns. Yes, the Charmin. What do you get, Coffee? What's your bougie New Yorker toilet paper? I think I kind of just want to have other healers buffed up to Druid's level now. You know? All the other healers, I think, have different ways they could get buffed that promote, like, better gameplay. And your bougie toilet paper is a bidet. But don't you have to dry it, though? Don't you, like, dry your booty after a bidet with some kind of toilet paper? New Yorker and we use Charmin double roll. There we go. See? He's just like me for real. He used slices of pizza. Ew. Some days have dryers. Like literally like a just you just have the air on the hole. Yeah. Okay. So nice. Oh, that sounds fancy. Sounds fancy. If you aim it right, it whistles. Christ. Oh, man. All right. What are the other complaints about the tier list? Who's trying to change my mind about something? What's your complaint about Shaman? I don't think Shaman should be an A tier with Disc and Prez. If Disc and Prez are equivalent, they make another healer. They need to legit require a certain number of healers in raid. I'm bald. I caught up. I mean, Holy Priest does a lot of healing. Holy Priest does a lot of healing, guys. Holy Priest does way more healing than Shaman does. That's for sure. Like, that is a fact. Was this low? They nerfed it like 4 or 5 weeks. Yeah. They nerfed it for like 4 or 5 straight weeks. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Not today, Walt. Not today. No news on Cell. Don't know. I don't think you can get away with Virtue. Costs a lot of mana, and it's also a lot of GCDs. It's also a lot of like time spent setting up your healing. Yeah, I think you do see Aug in a meta comp and stuff. I think so. I've been seeing a lot of people running it. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of HPal and Disc today. Past like 5 hours. Shaman bring anything decent for raids? A lot of the fights I saw, which is not all of them, obviously, because we don't see the last boss. A lot of the fights I saw, there were like decent areas for Slink, but not like, oh my god, we gotta have Slink here, you know? So I don't think you're gonna see like Shaman and Race. Yeah. Besides just like bump stuff down a tier, which like, yeah, I guess I could just bump stuff down a tier. I think everything is in good shape. They haven't come in yet, Sliver. Haven't been applied yet. So we're waiting on them. I think Bulwark will feel a lot better. Yeah. No longer bald. All right, just for you. Why spread's good for raid but bad for M+. I don't think they really like designed it well for M+, honestly. Having to like have gameplay around single target applied echoes and everything like that just is like, I don't know, mediocre, I guess. I think it's just kind of mediocre. Like, it just takes so much work having echoes out, having reversions out, setting up your stasis in advance. Just like way more work than is needed. Just way more work than is needed. So, Holy Priest, you can play around your cooldowns, and if you play around your cooldowns well, then you can balance your mana pretty decently. But you gotta be like smiting a lot for Surge procs. I wish they would do separate tuning for M+, Killa. That would fix so many problems, man. Yeah, I mean, third beacon for HPal does great output, especially if you hit a Holy Light into it, it cranks. I'm not worried at all about Holy Pally's output in an AoE situation, because you can also use Prism, and you can either use it for the AoE hit, or you can use it for the single target hit, depending on if you need to even out health bars. So, yeah. Holy Priest plays Archon, yeah. All healers are totally fine in 15s. All healers are totally fine in 15s. If you're just a good healer, you'll be fine with 15s. Yeah. This stuff is only for if you're trying to be like a super ultra sweaty player. Healer M+ balance is a lot better than it was in like BFA. Oh my god. Way better than it was back then. Some healers, like, you couldn't even do the equivalent of like a 12. You know? If you're a bad healer, which one's good in 15s? Whatever's the best one. This case is Druid. Yep. By that metric, when I say Disc is still good for most players doing 10 to 13s, yeah, 100%. If you're doing 10 to 13s, you play whatever you want. Play whatever you want. I think most of the, like, weight, you know, when there's, like, different factors television, like, most of my weight for this tier list is about raw output. Not all of it, but a lot of it. You know? Because Druid by far does the most healing and the most consistent healing. Pally does a lot of healing, but can be more constrained by its mana and movement. You know, Holy Priest can do a lot of healing, but it's constrained by its mana. Mistweaver can kind of pick and choose what healing scenario it's better at, but it's not, you know, it doesn't master every scenario, things like that. Yeah, Pally just does tons of single target healing. Lots of single target healing and lots of cleave onto their beacons. So. Yeah, you bet, Carol. Glad you got it. Yeah, Druid has like phenomenal single target healing, the really strong AoE consistent output. Yeah. Shaman needs to do more healing, Mori. He needs to have a reason to cast Chain Heal. That would probably fix up a lot of their problems. Yeah. Key level for mythics to healers fall off, 16, 17, something like that. That's where you start really like being able to see which dungeons like this healer's gonna struggle with and have more work. Like I was doing like 17 seat and like some of the longer pulls that we were doing, I was just like running out of healing as disc, but I was fine as Holy Pally, you know? It's just still not worth pressing a Costi, no. In fact, I was looking at the Shaman Discord and they were talking about Ascendance, where you're getting a better chain heal out of Ascendance, and you're still casting Healing Wave there. So. Yep. It'd be pretty sick for Holy Pally to be meta. I agree. I think it would be pretty sick. Yeah. Costi, thank you for the prime. You could upgrade your gear, Telly, yeah. I would probably do it before you do your Paragon Capstone. Just upgrade like your weapon and any like really high eye level pieces. So I hope that they bring up other healers at this point. I think if everybody was around Druid's level, they would feel great. You know, 10s, 12s, you'd just be stomping. It'd be, you know, you'd have the time of your life. And a lot of times what happens is like multiple different DPS specs. I feel like there's usually a larger variety of DPS specs that can do higher keys than healers, because only certain healers can actually match the heal checks, you know? Yeah. Oh, we're talking about Fellowship Leviathan. Yeah. Short question for Holy Priest. In AoE situations, do I spam Holy Nova for damage? You have a talent called Light Burst, which sets it to a 30-second cooldown. So you can basically just hit that Holy Nova every 30 seconds and do good damage off of that. But if you're in like more high healing scenarios, you would want to just cast a lot of Smite for Surge procs. Yeah. Now, if you've like invested in like the Holy Fire talents, your Holy Fires cleave a lot and they do an insane amount of damage. But I don't think you really do it that much in a high key environment, because you want to just be smiting, building up Surge procs, so you're going to be just healing more efficiently. Evasive, thank you for the prime. If you get into like some super sweaty environments where you got to do a lot of damage, then yeah, you could probably invest in like the damage talents, but kind of debating what I want to have in my like Wowhead guides if I want to recommend damage talents. I'm sure people are going to want to run them because you know, healer damage brain, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, you bet it's. Waiting for the 11th hour stay of execution disc buff. I need it, man. Having so much of your healing as disc bound into your execute also feels awful. Yeah. Have to do damage to healer at 20s or not needed. I mean, if you're doing 20s, you should do damage whenever you have some downtime. You know? They buffed it 8. They buffed it. It's like Voidweaver actually does the most damage. You're doing like tank levels of damage if you have an AoE scenario, but you're not running Voidweaver in high keys, you know? These are your Apex talents, Pegger. These are new talents, and they cost 4 points. Yep. So if you're doing 20s, you should do everything within your power to improve the speed with which you're doing the content. Yes. If you're doing 0.1% title level keys, yeah, you should be doing everything you can. Yeah, but yeah, you can, these are 4 talent points, Pegger, so they're always in the same order. How easy is it to keep the DR up on the team with the Apex? It jumps on its own. Yeah. So every 8 seconds, or when the Beacon of Savior transfers to a new target, an absorb gets granted to people. So if somebody drops low, it'll jump. If somebody gets topped off from the beacon, it'll jump. You have no wrinkles and you want to get into healing? Druid? Druid, Pally, Priest, maybe? I just finished this book. Just finished Shadow's Edge, which is the second book of the Night Angel trilogy by Brent Weeks. And I'm on book 3, which I think is called Beyond the Shadows. It's in my bedroom. Yeah, it's called Beyond the Shadows. It's pretty good. It's about assassins, bit of magic. Actually, a lot more magic. Yeah. Yeah, Brent Weeks is pretty good. He has a lot more hopeful and like positive of a spin in the fantasy world. And some of it is like some of his own like religious background. So for some people, they'll be like, you know, they'll kind of get some of the anecdotes that he's doing, but it's not going to be as like everyone's bad, like Game of Thrones kind of thing. Grebby, thank you for the 38 months. I'm doing great. Yes, read a lot of Brandon Sanderson. I have behind me, behind my big old head, I got the leather-bound edition of The Way of Kings right there. The Seraphita got for me. 4 Mile Walk in, let's go. Yeah, the first book, Jess, is like disturbing in this Assassin series. But then it gets more into like a traditional fantasy. If you do want something that's like more gritty, kind of Game of Thrones, but I think a lot better like focused, Joe Abercrombie's First Law trilogy, really good. Svedor, thank you for the prime. Yeah. Stormlight Archives is a hell of a ride. Yep. I've read all the Mistborns, read all the Stormlight Archives so far. Yeah. We're a Harry Potter girl. It's time to branch out. Time to branch out. Holy Corey, dude, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Welcome into Drexen, Odin, Zabiq, Mentally Ill, and Shredder Tom. Oh. It'd be cool if Orhalam was a deity in the Night Angel books. It seems like he kind of is. It seems like he kind of is. Color of Magic by Terry Pratchett. Never had so much fun in a fantasy book. That owns. That owns. There's one of the things I really like about Joe Abercrombie is that he'll randomly put in like slapstick humor into like the most dour and like dark scenario. I had a tweet of one of them. I'll find it for you. There's one of these characters that gets their like eye burned out by like a hot poker when he gets captured and like tortured and stuff. And so in order to like fill the hole in his eye, you know, they put a big metal ball in there to kind of fill in, you know, the fact that he had his eye burned out. So he has this big silvery metal, almost like a, you know, an old bullet ball as his eye. All right. And there's this scene where 2 brothers are being united, and this guy, Shivers, who got his eye burned out, is just hanging out. And so Calder is picking up his brother from a big battle. And so, let's get you mounted. Calder led his brother over to the horses, Shivers watching them all the way. Are you 2 on the same side now? Asked Scale. Shivers put a finger on his scarred cheek, pulled it down so his metal eye bulged from the socket, just keeping an eye out. Just like out of nowhere, like random ass like slapstick humor after like he gets his eye burned out and replaced with a metal ball. So good. Aries, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, Joe Abercrombie, fantastic writer. Read the First Law trilogy. He has like 5 different scenes like that, like over the course of a couple books. It's great. And it's always at like the most unexpected times. Just like random levity. It's like, oh, okay. Just spent the last like 100 pages tearing each other to shreds. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Wash my dishes, I see. Let's get you mounted. Listen, man. Read a book, Coffee. He's just a dude trying to cope. He's a good dude. He's a good character. He's a good guy. Yeah, Zen Plus. Has the best Mog. Ooh, that's a good question. I think Priest has a really good Mog this time around. I think. Paladin one's good too, isn't it? Yeah, Paladin one's pretty solid. Yeah, this one's nice. Paladin main, the only book I read is the Book of the Good Lord, or whatever the Naru are. There you go. Only getting big forehead, wrinkled brain takes on folders full of paper. True. I could do some advertising up here. You see, like, sub with Twitch Prime right up there. It'd look great. Yeah. Shadow and dark reading is allowed. There you go. All right, gamers. You guys are making me hungry. I don't know why, but I'm getting hungry. So I'm gonna go make some food. I'm gonna go work on a video. Let's see Frank review my UI. Oh boy. Oh boy. Frank Asian. Oh no. I tried the most popular UIs. Oh boy. I better have gotten S tier. Has he done it yet? Called Growl a Boomer. I'm surprised they made the tier list. Where's mine?
We've got another healer UI, and the installation process is terrible.
Yay.
I tried for a while to get this thing working, but this was the best I could get. So, you know.
That's exactly what my UI is.
Take my rating with a grain of salt. I'm not a big fan of the textures or the placement of a lot of things. We've got chat middle left, the buffs and debuffs top left, and map bottom right, which is an odd setup for a guy like me. Even with
map bottom right is goated.
My bug setup in mind, the price of this UI is C tier.
Cat. That was fast.
I don't think this UI works unless you're a Paladin. At least I couldn't get it to work. And it costs $5.
That's fast.
So I paid for this UI along with every other UI. But for some reason, Waggo refused to let me through to this specific UI. So I DM'd Dorky, who told me to. This cost $5. F tier.
Nailed it.
In conclusion, you can purchase a lot of UIs.
Sorry.
And honestly, most of them are great.
Yeah. He tried and didn't like that I had my mini map in the bottom right. I thought I had the video up, but it looked exactly like my UI. And he's like, I don't know how I could install it, but it looked exactly like my UI. Yeah. Which targets do I choose for my beacons? Usually tank and then a range player. Usually.
Do you have any news?
Yeah. That's the only thing I changed in my UI too, the minimap. Yeah. I don't get why people want to have it in the top right when you can put your timer, your M+ timer up there. Put your M+ timer up at the top right. You have your minimap down so that you like can look down if you really need it. Like how often do you need to like look at your minimap up here and like, oh my god, I really like need it up in this real estate. It just kind of clears, you know, the upper 2/3 of your UI. You know? It's nice and chill. Nice and chill. Absolutely guaranteed, Hexed. Absolutely guaranteed. Love it. Alright, GG's. I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna go get some food. Let me see if Shah is still streaming. Let's see. He is still streaming. W. Alright. Go say what's up to Shah. He's great. I will be back on Monday, and I think Monday might be a preservation day. Monday might be a preservation day. We'll see. Have a great rest of your weekend, guys. Thanks for all the love today. Thanks for all the gifted today. Many, many gifters. I really appreciate it, guys. And new video for Dander's Frames Guide out on Monday. All right? Take it easy, friends. Later.